Good morning, everybody. Excuse me. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. The open caught me by surprise. It's Thursday, June the 3rd. So, can you hear me and see my screen? I just need a couple of yeses. Thank you. So yeah, guys. I mean, if you're in the room yesterday, you know that I took BlackBerry towards the end of the day, and right around here, right around this. Not right there, right around this mark here. I did sell some out. Watched it after hours, kind of wondering if I should dump it all. Decided to hold it. Woke up this morning and look at this one now. So, of course, it's one of the, I'm going to call these the meme stocks, instead of Wall Street bets. I mean, these are just the meme stocks. We have BlackBerry. Of course, we still have AMC. Not sure what I'm going to do. I almost dumped my whole position. I'm going to hold back here just a little bit. It hit about 77 in the pre-market. By the way, I was showing you, this is what I'm using. I have it on my other monitor. This is what I'm using for my pre-market. This is an example of a docked window now. So these are the scans that I use in the pre-market. And then instead of having my shut down these scans individually, now I just have to minimize the dock. Makes it a little bit easier once the market starts. Other things are happening. GTT, where's Ija? Nice call in the YouTube room yesterday. GTT is still, look at that, 34%, big volume, 5.7 million in the float. I'm sorry, 5.7 million have traded so far. GTT coming into the 200-day moving average. I thought they made this announcement the other day. Maybe it's another 10-year agreement. At any rate, another 10-year agreement that they've signed for LNG. So this is causing, I mean, this is not a low float. So this is again one of those 287 million in the float to go up 33% is pretty impressive. WKHS. Now, I don't know exactly if this is one of the meme stocks. Well, certainly the WSB stocks, but regardless of whatever it is, 31% in the short float percent. So this is really, I actually traded this one after hours, and I was thinking about keeping it, but I did not keep it. Thank you, Real. JXZN, recent China IPO. JZXN did the crazy on its IPO day, got up to about $50, pulled all the way back, kind of resting. Look at this though, trying to break out now. Big volume, 1.6 million. I don't know if there's any specific news on it. I don't see any specific news on it. WPG, another one that was, look at this move after hours. I almost got this one also. WPG, look at this move after hours. I mean, guys, look, there's no reason for these other than, these are the meme stocks, okay? In theory, a bankrupt stock. But look at this move after hours. I mean, it's still up 9%. Now, here's a meme stock that actually is sinking badly and actually on earnings, EXPR. Now, will it come back? EXPR, earnings play, it's down 12%. Another meme stock, Clove, CLOV. This is exploding this morning, I think. Is it still exploding? Up, yeah, up at 11.5%. Look at the gap now, guys. Great day yesterday. Continuation. CLOV. Was it an offering also for EXPR? Okay. Tilray, guys. This is another one they got a hold of a few weeks ago. Tilray looks really active right now. Look at this gap up. and through this area, that high right there was 1957. So it's through that high there. Now it might start to attack this area. Remember, back in February, they took it up to $67. Excuse me. Yeah, SNDL. Oh, wow. And it's actually popped over Sundial. Yeah, Sundial is another one. Yeah, popped over $1 yesterday. Maintaining SNDL. In the next release, should be, yes. That would be when a next release comes out. Please don't ask me when. I asked that yesterday. You know, again, it's the old quote unquote, hopefully next week. Yeah, I actually, I think it's really, it's pretty clean looking. You know, again, things like this, you see how this column can't be adjusted unless I expand this. And, you know, there's just some little things that have to be fixed. But I like this idea because now, you know, this is what I look at pre-market. When I'm done with my pre-market, I just minimize it, and that's it. I mean, is it earth-shattering stuff? No, but it definitely has a cleaner look. All right, guys, I'm going to do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are from briefing.com this morning. See how many meme stocks they... Probably none. The big boys are not happy about this this hive mentality of trading. And they're so unhappy that they didn't give me any upgrades and downgrades this morning. Seriously, I don't have any upgrades or downgrades. Not from briefing.com. I'm sure I know they're out there somewhere. I just don't have any here. Usually they send it to my email by now. Yeah, Angela, absolutely a paper trading option. You need to be using our app, not the web-based version. Okay, so from the toolbar, you just click on underneath Brokerage Plus. You have two options, Live and Sim. Click on the Sim. I'll give you a video that shows you how you can do all this, but absolutely. It uses our real-time data, okay? So it doesn't matter what broker you've got. Yeah, okay, guys. They're not sending me any upgrades and downgrades this morning from briefing.com, so I'll just go on. The web-based version doesn't have it. Yeah, you know, just as a general note. I mean, if you have a PC or if you can use a downloadable application, absolutely do that instead of the web-based version. Web-based version is okay, but it certainly is not as robust as the app. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. GTT still holding its gains. I don't know, Sarah. I don't know when the guys. I have no idea when the beta is going to be available. Okay, so you can ask me, but that's all I can tell you. I don't know. Guys, BlackBerry right back up. BB right back up. Somebody said it was halted. Halted because of news, so it's a news halt. Yeah, well, Siri, you know what? Send something to info@trade-ideas.com, okay? And say, hey, your short data looks like it's off, okay? So we definitely have more gap downs than gap ups. I'm just looking at my gap up. I mean, I can, you know, if I expand this window, let's see, I keep expanding it. Yeah, look how many gap downs there are, guys. I mean, I can't expand it further. If I break out the window, I could see it all. But so there are a lot more gap downs this morning than gap ups. I don't know if you're kidding, Billy Ray. I have no idea. I don't know if you're just kidding. Obviously, you don't have to show your AMC stock certificate. Who has stock certificates anymore? In the old days, they used to. So let's keep an eye on Con. That's Real's focus. This is on earnings, June 3rd, earnings play. It's tough to kind of go back to, you know, after yesterday with all, especially with the AMC action and all the other ones, you know, it's tough to kind of go back to traditional plays. All right, one more. Yeah, I have a little bit of AMC left, okay? You know, I did get rid of some this morning. You know, it got up to, what, 77. I got rid of some. I have a little bit left. That's just the in case. I certainly don't have that much left, though. Right now, I'm BB is my stock du jour. Held it from yesterday. Well, I wouldn't say that, William. I mean, you know, it's a lot easier to hold on to things when you're in way lower. You know, my average was $23, so it's a lot easier to, you know, withstand a $20 jump down, and the ones up too. And plus, you know, I've been trading it. You know, I always sort of have a core position that I like to keep, and then I've been trading, and then I've got, I guess, what you'll call trading shares. So I haven't been just sort of a buy and completely hold. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. It's to get back to just traditional plays. I mean, they don't all have to be crazy short float percents. They don't all have to be meme plays. I do not have diamond hands. HOV. HOV looks like this is an earnings play. Let me just take a look at it. Oh, this is way up there. Man, I remember when this one is just a sleepy stock. Wow. I mean, it's incredible, some of these moves. I mean, it's not that long ago, guys. I mean, this is about a little over a year ago. This was an $8 stock, $136 now, HOV. I don't trade options at all, Angela. I was asked if I trade options, stocks, or both. Only stocks. All right, guys, here's another one. I haven't really talked about this one. This is actually, this SPI. SPI is actually having a pretty decent morning. It's up 12%. Another low float. SPI, there's the 200-day moving average right here, around 727, 725 actually. So this is actually having a pretty good day. Jumps on 7.5% on Solar for America's launch of cloud-based. It's just a headline. Okay, so here's your news on SPI. So Solar for America, a subsidiary of Solar Juice, a subsidiary SPI Energy, etc., launched Apollo. So okay, this is the news for SPI. Okay, just looking to see if anything else is sneaking in here. This TIRX, guys, is being hit hard. TIRX. Looks like this was this was an IPO, I guess, back here a few months ago. TIRX, and it is being hit really hard on a capital raise. So they're raising 4.8 million at $7.50 a share. So it's a little bit above the financing price, but look at this. It's really being hit hard. So the financing is at $7.50 for TIRX. Look at this volume coming into this JZXN. Do not see any specific news for it. Maybe this trader's got a hold of it for whatever reason. But look, I mean, look at the potential fill here. So what's the high over here is 1949. I'm going to back this this daily out just a little bit. Can't do it. Can't quite see what the highs. High right there is 1450. The high right there is 1019. So the next high looking left on the daily chart looks like it's 1450. So we're at 1360. So that's about $1 away. After that, the next high is 1949. So anything could happen. I don't know what the float is. It's probably we don't even have any float data on it. Yeah, TIRX is shortable at Interactive Brokers. It's just for fun. Look how many shorts are available. Not many. I mean, 103,000. Okay, IJ, before you say GTT boom, congratulations on your GTT. This is from our YouTube room. Do I use a different chart on IB? I don't use IB charts at all. La Jolla, guys, is still had a nice day yesterday. I think it was actually an AI alert. Can't remember. Yeah, it was an AI alert yesterday. Didn't do that well, but look at the follow through. Look after hours. This is the mauve area right here. Kind of holding pre-market. Relatively low float, 27 million in the float, and that is La Jolla. I just looked left. Yeah, I just looked left. Just eyeball everything, LD. Just give me a moment here. Pretty simple to do. I mean, here they are. Here are my charts, so I just looked left. Well, I don't know about being the man, but that's what I do. Try to keep it simple. Okay, one moment, please. You're a funny man. Okay, another one is Sienna is actually, I think, is this an earnings play? Yeah, it is an earnings play. So Sienna, I know somebody mentioned it. Sienna is an earnings play. This looks like it's getting close to an all-time high. I guess the all-time high is back here, which would have been 61.52. So it's getting close to an all-time high for Sientra, or I'm sorry, Sienna. All right, guys, I am going to get, well, you know what? I really don't have to get set for the open anymore. All I got to do with my new docked window is just minimize it, and we're ready to go. So I love it. Again, not available yet, guys, so don't ask me for it. All right, guys, market is going to open in 10, 9, 8, 7, how about 4, 3, 2, 1? We are now open. And again, nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. That's by design. We got WKHS on the move here, guys. Look at the volume that just came in. And it's on a low float, 116 million in the float, but look at the volume and look at the move. I mean, 28% already. Again, it's early. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I like to see things settle down a little bit. Of course, I run the risk of this just running away to $20 on me, but that's, that's just the way it is. Boom! BlackBerry came right back. A little bit worried about it, but it came right back. And that's what it's doing. Look at WKHS is absolutely soaring here. You know, I had this one after hours yesterday. I just didn't keep it. Looks like BlackBerry is going to really take a hard look at 20. No. Anybody want a ticket to ride? RIDE. Look at this one. Another one. We have no short float percent. Another nice gap up. Great day yesterday. Continuation. Well, there may be a rotation now in the meme stocks. And you know, AMC is getting hit. GME is getting hit. So they may be piling into the cheaper ones, like the Blackberries, the WKHSs. That's what I'd be doing. You're right about that, aren't you? About the 10% a ride. Any confirmation that WKHS is one of the Reddit stocks, guys? Not a Reddit stock, but a WSB. I was being challenged on that yesterday. BlackBerry right back up, guys. Here's that 20 challenge coming up. Thank you, Build By. Thank you. So I don't see WKHS on that list that you're showing us. I don't see WKHS. I'm not disputing it. I just don't see it here. I just want to be careful. You know, I don't want to start talking about a stock being a WSB play. I mean, it certainly looks like it should be. And here's Nicola also, guys. NKLA, another big float. Or sorry, well, not big, well, big float, but a high short float percent. It is? Okay. Maybe my eyes are... This is what you sent to me. Where is WKHS? Where is WKHS? See, I don't see it here. Unless I expand this more. See, what's wrong with me then? I just don't see it here in what you sent. Again, I absolutely not disputing it, but I don't want to lead anybody astray. Okay, general stock trends, trending tickers. This is what you've sent to me. I don't see WKHS here. Okay, you got to show me, man. Like scroll down, oh, here we go. Give me a moment here, guys. Man, at least, yeah, maybe not, exactly. Maybe not a huge mention, but it is in the basket. Okay, okay. XL, guys, look at this one. Another, wow, look at this. XL, another short float percent. I mean, they don't all have to be these meme Reddit stocks, but I mean, I think there are other traders out there just looking, searching for short float percents high, and look at XL. I don't have option for network exchange on my top list. Don't know what you mean exactly. If you mean this, right click, configure, and exchanges. Is this what you mean? Yeah, you've got to be quick on these guys, okay? On these memes. There's Con, guys. There's Con. There's the break. I don't know if Real likes this or not in terms of a rest or if he's in it. I don't understand what you mean. No, what do you mean network? So here it is, configure. Somebody's saying, talking about, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Here's exchanges. So here are the exchanges. I don't know what you mean by network. Or New York. Oh, New York. Well, right here. New York. I don't know what you mean. I mean, it's all right here. All you have to do is click on exchanges, right click on your top list window. Okay, good. Yeah, just a minute. Here's another one, guys. Well, look at Canopy. So I have to look at Tilray also. Tilray. That's definitely one of their stocks. So let's take a look at Tilray. What is it doing? So actually, it's pulled back a little bit. CGC is actually moving higher right now. All right, I haven't even looked at the market. So here's the market. So, so we've got everything down. SPY's down, Dow's down, Tech is down. So everything is down as we speak. All right. Let's just see what happens going forward. Yeah, Riley, you got to be really careful. It happens to me also every now and then. Hitting the wrong key, and that's when this And if you don't know you've hit the wrong key, then you start looking at your P&L and you start going, what the heck is happening? All right, so maybe now there's a little pullback for Kong. What did it get up to? 28.29, so it's dropped about $1 from the high. So maybe this is a little rest that Real is looking for. I don't know if he's in it right now. You know, it's having a big pop here. This is an earnings play from yesterday that sort of surprised me. RLXO, look at the move it's making right now. It's trying to go positive. Only 10 cents down. All right, guys, so there's a big sell-off now in, I see an AMC, also GME. So the meme stocks look like they're losing their, look at this. Again, I don't think this is one of theirs, but I think it's just now a matter of, there are other traders in the universe, and they're looking for high short float percents. And AMC just got halted on the way down. All right, I do see a couple that showed up in the option scanner. So CLNE, Clean Energy, CLNE showed up. 869 was the trigger. I mean, this has got room. And I'd like to see the market on our side just a little bit more. You know, you're going to go long anything right now, unless it's really, really an alpha stock. Excuse me, completely trading on its own, not caring what the rest of the market's doing. And of course, I'm waiting for my gap continuation or reverse. So if the market keeps doing this, what I'd be looking for are the ones that have that gapped up and now are starting to move down. If the market keeps doing this, and of course the gap down and go. Okay, guys, GTT, what a nice, congratulations, Ija, again. Great day yesterday. Now it's through the 200-day moving average, 351. Showed up in the option scanner, 375. It's showing up here. Makes another new high. It's going to show up in the watch list up. I have a delay on this for 15 minutes. Wow, CLNE guys. Well, I almost said it. Heck of an alert from my option scanner. CLNE 869 was the alert. This is what I'm talking about. 869, 907 now. Let's see what this one is doing. So keep an eye on this. What sort of room does it have? The next high looking left is 719. So it really has to take this out. This 719. If it did, see, it's got a little bit too much resistance for my liking. I mean, you look at the daily chart, it's got some little areas that it might struggle to get through. Whereas, look at Clean Energy, look at the difference. See, look at the difference. Look how cleaner, look how cleaner this is. How much cleaner it is. It does have room to run up, it does. All right, so here's a gap down and go. This is a EXPR. What's the low? Looking left. So you said they did a financing also. What was any let's see. What's the price? I don't see a price for it. Yeah, I don't see a price for EXPR on their financing. It's not self-evident anyway. So when you look left at GTT, the next high looking left on the weekly chart is 420. So we're at 388 right now. So we're, a little less than 40 cents away, about 30 cents away, 32 cents away from it. Mm-hmm. And well, congratulations to those of you who shorted AMC. I am now officially out of this trade. Looking to get back in though at some point, guys. I will say that, but I'm officially out of this trade now. Yeah, actually, Ajay in the YouTube room is telling me, and he's right. See, our charts only go back to 7 in the morning Eastern time. So that looks like the high right there. But actually, looking at my trading view chart, there was the high. I have no idea how many shares it was. But there's the high pre-market at 450 for GTT. All right, now Khan's doing the rest. Khan is kind of doing the rest right now. Not shortable for me. IHT is not shortable for me. It showed up on the gap down and go. Guys, if the market keeps like this, it's early, but if the market keeps like this, you see that big first 15-minute SPY candle? And then the next one is red right now. Another 10 minutes for it to close. And skills. Big one from yesterday. This is another one, a gap down and go. Well, it's an earnings play. That's all. I mean, it is an earnings play. It's so it's going to be active all day. Wow, look at GTT. Congratulations, IJ. Really. Look, so we've got a couple of super plays right now from my option scanner. 377, what did it get up to? 435, and then the clean energy. 869 before, to pull back, guys, you got to be quick, but, lots of time, though, to get in and out of these things. Wonder why I'm not getting any single stock information for Khan. It's kind of weird. Okay, we're having a little... You guys having any issues with your single stock window? I'm gonna reset. See if it. Oh, there we go. So I mean, it's got a low float, 16 million in the float. You know, the short float percent is relatively high, 10%. It's an earnings play. You know it's going to be active all day long. You want the volume to pick up for sure. I mean, it's seven relative volume right now, which is excellent. But you want that volume to really pick up too. And when you look left, I mean, it's got room. The next high looking left is around 29.44. So I mean, yeah, I mean, it's not a great spread. If you're having problems, anytime you have an issue, say with maybe charting or your single stock window, just click on your account and do a reset, okay? Well, that's a question that has to be answered by the U.S. traders, but I think I've seen that answer an answer in the past, and I do believe it is 2 trades. So you're talking about your PDT rule. Yeah, so I believe it is 2 trades, but not being in the States, somebody else might absolutely tell you. There you go. When is your government going to stop that nonsense? We don't have that in Canada, no. And for me, the interesting thing is that Canada usually is super conservative when it comes to things like that. So you would have thought that, we would have been the ones doing that, not you guys. Yeah, but we have little people in Canada too. Anyway, I don't know why. All right, guys, let's take a look at some other earnings plays, perhaps, that are PAGs. I know PAGs a little bit. PAGS, earnings play on the way down. Right where I live in stock. Beautiful Vancouver. Look at Tiger on the way back. Tiger is in a real resurgence today. It's on a thumbnail chart. Just happened to see this. So it's actually gone positive. It was negative this morning. It's gone positive. It's not, as we speak anyway, it's not carrying what the market's doing. Guys, I kind of resurrected my momentum up. I hadn't had that up and running for a while. This is one of the ones I'm sharing. All right. I might even do the momentum down, resurrect that one too, and just see what sort of looks we're getting. No. I'm out of everything. I'm out of BlackBerry. I'm out of AMC now. I'm looking to get back in though at some point. Certainly on the AMC. I'm not part of the diamond hand culture, really. Yeah, I got halted on the way up, so I listen. This will be crazy active still. Man, Look at CLNE, guys, from the option scanner, 869, 920 now. I am interested in this one, except, you know, the wet F, except that I can't get my head around. What's the float like? 111 million in the float. I think the best thing to do is maybe to put an alert at the high of that candle, which is around 721. See if it takes it out later on, you know, and then maybe it'll have some room to run. Okay. Just give me a moment, please. Guys, here's another one on the move here, this LASL. I think this is actually... So I don't know if this is a true earnings play. I mean, they've got... I don't know if this is just a forecast or something, but anyway, I mean, there is financial information about LASL. I don't know if it's a true earnings play, though. We have that they had it May 5th. So I don't know now if they're just guiding. You know, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm seeing. So I don't know if this is just guidance. It looks it has to be, I guess. And that is for LASL. And this is an IPO from back here. Now, real. Well, you just get the alert and, you know, I mean, if you want to trade it, you trade it. I mean, you have to, you know, look at the charts. You have to figure out, does it have room to run? That's why I'm sort of backing off on the wet F. You know, I will not take this unless it takes out this area right up here. All right, Fire Eye is a gap down and go. Now this got hammered in the pre-market. I'm sorry, look at the after hours actually look pretty good. Pre-market, look at this. I mean, this has been a spectacular alert here. 869 and 933 now. It just showed up? Okay. Okay, guys, I'm on what? I mean, that's a massive pop for AMC. There's about a $10 pop from the low. Oh, this is just really, this is a super winner. CLNE. LCI, another one now showing up from the option scanner. But again, look at the daily chart. I mean, some of these look a lot better than others. I mean, look at the daily chart. What do you see? You know, I mean, it looks like there's a lot of resistance right around 5. I mean, so you're talking about a stock that's at 475 right now, having a great day, but, I look at this and I go, I mean, listen, it may just blast right through 5. But what looks cleaner to you? Look at, I mean, again, no pun intended, but look at the daily chart for CLNE. You see what I don't teach trading or anything like that, but you hear me all the time talking about look left, look left, look left, look left. Why? Because I want to see a stock. I want to see a chart that has the potential to keep running. I mean, again, look at this chart on the daily. Look at LCI. Can you not see the difference? Look at all this stuff right around $5. Here's another one that's showing up, EFOY. Guys, you know what? You want more action too. I mean, this is, I don't know really why I dropped this one for a while. Momentum up. I think I'm going to load my momentum down also. How do we do that? Go to my home page, click on my link, go to my scans, momentum down. Load from cloud. So I look at FireEye and a potential short. Looks like there's decent support not that far away, and that's at 19. Well, one trade, guys, CLNE. I mean, this has been... Okay, so again, Zine just showed up in the option scanner. What was the high last week? The high last week was 568. Not that far away, 20 cents away. Love, if that weren't there, I'd be all over this. The 200-day is way up here, so that's not, or that's on the week anyway, doesn't matter. I'm getting I don't know if it's my development version that I'm on. I'm just getting a bit of a lag on clicking on alerts. I don't know if it's because of the development version. All right, now look at Switch. Switch just showed up. Now, when you look at Switch, SWCH, there's the high, 1958, right there. 1934, 1932, so... I mean, it doesn't, so this has room. I mean, this switch has room. SWCH has some room. When I say room to move. Yeah, I'm hearing go-go. I think GoGo has a pretty high shortfall. Yeah, almost 20%. GoGo. Okay, so now look what the market's doing. So the market had that opening, Opening 15-minute candle was down, but the next one was up, and it's trying to recover a little bit here, guys. So again, you know, to kind of watch the market if you're trying to play bounces or reversals and stocks that are kind of not trading on their own. When I say stocks not trading on their own, you know, not necessarily, maybe not an earnings play. In other words, stocks that don't have necessarily any sort of a news catalyst. Now, guys, in terms of trading AMC or any other meme stocks, you're on your own, okay? I am looking to take this again, but, you know, this is not a recommendation for you to do the same thing, okay? Just a minute. All right. No, I'm not going to explain it, Sam. Okay. I mean, this is just a, you know, obviously I'm looking at a stock. It's over 50 again. You know, I'm banking on the fact that maybe they'll grab it again. The fact that it's over 50. Not a recommendation. You know, I think 50 is a big psychological area. It seemed to regain it. And so that's all I was looking at. All right. Whew. Yes, Ija. Yes, 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 yes. Yeah, I sold out this morning, Ryan, and I'm back in. So, you know, back in for, but as a trade, I don't know how long I'm going to hold this. I want to see how it trades. Just over 50. So, not a recommendation. Okay, guys, I'm just waiting on this one, this AMC. I want to see how far I can go before I start taking some off. Again, this is a trading vehicle for me today. Haven't looked at anything from the AI. Yeah, it doesn't look good. Well, actually, I guess the GTT on the short it did get hit. Hey, who knows? Maybe I will hold this. I don't know, guys. I mean, you gotta. These are the hive mentality coming in. Yes, the SPY is making a nice comeback. It is. It's looks like it's trying to take out the pre-market highs. SPY is making a nice comeback. If EYE continues down, I think there could be some decent support around 19 though. So I did not want to take it. So guys, I gotta ask a question. Are you guys getting a little bit of a lag when you click on an alert and it takes a while for these charts to load? I don't know if it's just because I'm on this development version and I've got a bunch of other things loaded. Not much, okay. Yeah, that shouldn't be. That's too much. So it's not because I'm on a development version then. I mean, what I would do is I would just keep clicking on the reset. Go to your account. Keep clicking on reset connection. Okay. All right. After yesterday's huge day, look at pets. Down 24%. Easy come, easy go. This was definitely a meme stock. No, all right, guys. I've traded some of the AMC out. I don't know. I don't have I don't have the same faith as yesterday, of course. So I've traded some because I mean the big drop. I mean there is a right now. There's going to be definitely a war between the short sellers and the buyers. So I've traded some out. See, this is what I'm talking about. See the EFOY? Just clicked on it. Taking a while to load. Usually it's, it's instant. So I'm just going to pass that on to development to see if there's something going on. Sometimes it can also depend on the server you're on. All right, guys, here is the wet F. I mean, it's right at this level here, right here. You can see that if you can take out this area out, and even the LCI is moving. Boy, my option scanner is really alive and kicking. But again, can it take this out here? I mean, this is the magic area. I mean, look at that. So it's gone through this like nothing. I mean, just because I see it here doesn't mean it's going to stall. Wow. Which leads me to really wanting to take a look at this wisdom tree then. Well, LCI, yeah, LCI is just, we are talking severe rippage now. I mean, here's the alert, LCI 473. I backed off it because I didn't like that resistance around 5, but you know, it's torn through that. The only one I took from my option scanner was the CLNE. And understand, I don't tell anybody to take trades. You know, if you want my, in fact, it's 10:18. I think I'll start my spiel right now. But I mean, all this, I'm sharing all my scans, all right? Meets your trading plan, and you like what you see, you know, you can take the trade. I'm not going to tell anybody to take any trade. Meanwhile, look at EDU just getting slammed. Another not quite an all-time low. EDU just getting slammed here. Real is talking TAL. So TAL, EDU, usually travel the same way. Look at, TAL is not ringing in my ear, but it doesn't mean it's not moving down. Oh, that's because it's out of the price range. But EDU, guys, and of course the other one, GoTo. So the three China education stocks, GOTU, EDU, and TAL, tumbling down. Lots and lots and lots of action. Well, I don't know if I could have been wronger about, more wrong about LCI. Pausing right here. Look at this. Yeah, it's English, but I don't think it's the Queen's English. Wow. Somebody asked about EFOI. Wow, EDU guys, just getting slammed here. Look at this. Look at this candle here. So this, you know, yeah, William, and I know you like to play reversals too on the way up. All right, well, AMC is not over. I say I've traded some of it out. I don't know, I just don't know how to read this one quite yet, but there goes your con reel. I know you know. I don't have to tell you, but there goes con, guys. CONN. You know, and to just be patient on it. I'm not in it, but you just have to be patient on it. Oops, sorry about that. All right, guys, man, what a morning. So, first of all, if you're new to the trading room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Share my screen live on the mic. Okay, there's that wet F trying to take out that big key area right here. Okay, I'm going to put my home page, my link to my home page in the YouTube room. I'll put it one time into the main trading room. Otherwise, please find my tab here. All right, find my tab, homepage tab, click on it. There is the link to my homepage. When you click on that link, let me just get rid of these things. Okay, when you click on that link, this is what you're going to see. So this is how much Trade Ideas cost. Okay, this is the promo code. The Memorial 25 is gone. So 15%, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Click on the Get Trade Ideas, and here is how much it costs. We have 4 plans. We have an annual and a monthly for premium and standard. Premium, $22.68 a year on an annual basis, minus the 15%. Standard, $10.68 a year, minus the 15%. Okay, the big difference is the AI. Not having a great day at all today, but that's, not every day is great. I'm still looking to see, I use this like a watch list, see if things turn around. I'll go over the AI a little bit. You don't have to take on an annual subscription. You want to go month to month? Fine. Here's your prices, $118, $228, minus the 15% for the first month only. First month only. Okay, so if you do maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. A lot of information on my homepage, including the trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. There goes wet F, guys, a little bit. Stock of the day, I do a stock of the day video. All the scans I'm sharing, here they are, all the scans I'm sharing. You click here, here's the layout that I'm sharing. That's what you see. But a lot of other individual scans, including the ones that I've just loaded today, the momentum up and down. I'll also like my, where are you, gap continuation or reverse, and the one that's giving great alerts today, moving higher with unusually strong options. So I have individual scans that I've created, plus I've created a layout. So for those of you who have a layout already, but you don't want my layout, but you can take a look at these individual scans. If you want my layout, you can click on it. Then you can always later, if you want to add some of these scans to the layout, you can do so. So a lot of information there. Also, big education link right here. So if you're brand new to Trade Ideas, I can't recommend more strongly to take the 20 lessons to start off, okay? Do yourself a favor. What is a top list? Building one, alert windows, creating them, single stock windows, all the way down to an introduction to the AI, which we nickname Holly, Brokerage Plus, etc. So a lot of things all the basic features are explained here. Daily support sessions. You'll hear me refer to a YouTube room all day long. YouTube room is basically like this room, which I call the main trading room. This is what the main trading room looks like. A lot more action, a lot more traders and all. But if you want to stick in the YouTube room, that's fine. They can see me, they can hear my screen, just not as much action. When I take a break, which I take a break around noon, one of the other traders takes over in the YouTube room. Today is Thursday, isn't it? Yeah, Thursday, so it's Jamie. So before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link, and you can head over there if you want. He'll be there between 12 and 1. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday, 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right here. More educational videos. All this is free, by the way, guys. You don't have to be a subscriber. Starting Trade Ideas from scratch video. More of a video on the AI. And if you are brand new to trading, this is for you. 36 quick videos, starting off with what is a stock. So if you're brand new to trading, this is for you. Now, A lot of information, my homepage. So my recommendation, save my link. I don't expect you to take a look at all this while the market's open, while you're in the room. You can save my link, and then you can look at my scans, the education, all at your leisure. All right. Well, they're exactly the same scan, okay? All I do, especially when you have a lot of earnings plays, I just sort them on the position and range column so I can see the ones that are up, near the high, and ones near the low. That's all. So they are the same scan, okay? You're going to see the same symbols. When this is more full, right now you could have just one window. But when we have a lot of earnings plays, this window is full all the way to the bottom. So what I like to do is I duplicate the window and then I sort on the position in the day's range just so I can see the ones that are right near the high, and these are the ones right near the low. That's all. Okay? So it's not a different scan. It's just the same scan duplicated and then just sorted on the position in the day's range column. Yeah, so can you not see, if you click on my link right above, Arnold, right above, there's the link, my homepage. Click on the link, go to the education section. When you click on my link, one of the sections is education. Just click on that link and you'll see it all there. Or what I do is I really want people to find my homepage so I don't have to keep posting my link all day long. So there's my homepage, and my homepage has that link right there. Yeah, you just use your external linking. I mean, I'm going to go over Brokers Plus in a bit, but if you don't want to use Brokers Plus, we have an external linking tool. So you just click on that, external linking, and then you connect to your Interactive Brokers account. Follow the instructions, okay? And then you connect to your Interactive Brokers account. So yeah, and there's one rule you have to follow. If I edit the link, and the rule, you have to connect to Interactive Brokers Live. This is a big drop down, okay? So the whole idea of that is just a time saver. And we can connect to many brokers platforms so that you don't have to. So when I click on an alert, what happens is, for instance, WKHS now appears in my Interactive Brokers account, in my order entry. So I don't have to type symbols in all day long. And we have a link. We can usually establish a link between many different brokerage platforms. So the don't repeat is just, go to your alert window, right click, click on properties, and there's the option don't repeat. All right, and this is a drop down menu. So you can don't repeat for a minute, 5, 15, 30 minutes, an hour, or for the day. Okay? So again, right click your alert window, go to properties, and then you'll see the don't repeat. Now, if it's grayed out, sometimes it's grayed out, that means your view mode. If you go to view mode, that means now you may not have done it, you may have loaded something, you didn't realize it. That means the view mode is in this group and sort by mode, which is, sometimes you want that. Most of the time, everybody wants the newest first, which means you're going to see the latest alert at the top. Okay, so that's why. That's the reason why it's grayed out. I mean, so you won't have, so if you don't want it grayed out anymore, then you have to check newest first. Okay? And that's why we have the different time frames. You can. The reason I put it on for the day is because now I can see where the first alert happened. There's WKHS. The very first alert happened at 9:30, and the price was $14.75. So I can now go back and say, well, what did it do from there? Obviously, it did awesomely. 1838. It got as high as 1838 before it pulled back, as an example. All right, so for you, how to excel, you really should look at the 20 lessons, okay? What the differences are between a top list, an alert window, and the multi-strategy window. I'm going to pop that in just briefly though. So actually, this sort of leads into talking about an alert window. Okay, so first of all, what is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. We scan the U.S. markets. That's what we are. We are a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. I had to answer an email last night saying, "Well, I have Fidelity, and I understand that to use this Brokerage Plus window, I have to have Interactive Brokers or E-Trade. Therefore, I cannot use Trade Ideas." No, 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 no. Okay. No, this is a feature we've got. It's not mandatory to use. It's nice if you have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account. I'm going to go over that later, but you don't have to, okay? So it doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. So this is an example of a scan that I created called Basic New Highs and Lows. So if I click Configure and Summary, this is what I'm doing. This is what I want this window to show me. So how to excel, this is an example of an alert window. You create the filters. So I'm looking for stocks between 1 and 20. Current volume's at least 4, which means it's trading at least 4 times normal, etc. Volume, minimum volume is 400,000 shares. So if a stock meets all these filter requirements and it makes a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That is what an alert window does. Okay? Now we, as a company, long ago said, you know what? Most people do not want to have to learn a programming language. So what we did is we created what we feel are enough alerts. And these are the filters that for the vast majority of our customers, you can combine those alerts and filters into a scan that's going to give you something that you might be interested in, okay? So of course you can create your own scans. So you do not have to learn a programming language. A top list window has a different function. This is an example of did I delete it? Just a second. Well, here it is again. I think I minimized it. Just give me a moment. Here you are. So this is an example of a top list window. Now, I should use a different example, but just I'll more or less describe it. Let's just say you wanted to see all the stocks that were up the most today. That's all you cared about. You just want to see the ones that are up the most today by percent. So you could create a top list window with the change from the yesterday's close and rank them. That window is going to update every 30 seconds. So you might get a new one at the top 30 seconds later. But the beauty of a top list window is that you can sort on various columns. So for instance, okay, you want to see the ones that are up the most, but now maybe I want to see the ones that have the highest relative volume also. So you can sort on that column and check to see which ones have the highest relative volume. Or maybe the lowest float or the lowest short float percent. You can sort on all the different columns. So, and they'll update every 30 seconds. So it's more like a ranking list that gets updated every 30 seconds, as opposed to this, which you're creating an event and you get a real-time alert when all the criteria are satisfied. A multi-strategy window is just taking all of your alert windows. Typically, that's what people do if they have screen space or not enough screen space. Maybe you're only using one monitor. So you can take every alert window if you want and put them into what we call a multi-strategy window. So this is a multi-strategy window in which I've put 4 alert windows in. Okay, so Those are the differences between a T, A, and an M window. And as I say, I'm sharing all my scans. So you don't even have to know how to create a scan. You know, you can take my scans if you want. If you took this basic new highs and lows as an example, you could right click on it, configure, then you see the filters that I'm using. Now you may look at this and go, you know what, I want a different price range. You know, maybe I want to look at stocks between 10 and 100. So all you do is you just change that right in here. Click on the summary, you can see how it has been changed. You could add a filter, maybe you want a different minimum volume. So you can take my scans, of course, and massage them the way you want. We also have a channel bar. We have a channel bar. All of these channels are theme related and they're all layouts. Okay, so I mentioned that because if you have a layout already up and running, you can, if you click on one of these in the channel bar, your layout will be replaced. Okay, you can only have, right now anyway, only one layout loaded at a time. But you can take a look at all of these. You know, you might see EV related, electric vehicle related. Here we have a Wall Street Bets channel. Okay, you can take a look at them. Let me just show you. I'm going to do it from the docked. Again, this is an upcoming feature. Please don't ask me when it's going to be available. Maybe next week. So, notice my layout did not be replaced. This is what the new, you'll be able to, you know, take different layouts and put them in a container. So here's an example, you know, high short float stocks as an example. So if you wanted this one, you know, from the channel, you would right click and save or share to cloud so it's in your cloud. You could go to another channel, EV related. Okay, if you saw something, another window that you liked, you could save it to the cloud. So you can save the individual windows that you might find interesting from each channel, save them to the cloud. This is a pretty cool one here, guys. Sector status. So this looks at all the major sectors and shows you what's happening. So for instance, you know, I mean, look at industrials. Just getting whacked here. I mean, there's 95% of the stocks that make up the industrial XLI ETF are down. There's only 4% are up. So you can see the ones, you know, GE is up and DE and Otis. After that, everything else is down. If you wanted to find, you know, I mean, look, the market's down today, right? Every index is down. So if you wanted to find, well, I wonder what is working. Like what, if you're only interested in going long, as an example. So you can take a quick look at this and you can, right off the bat, you can see that energy, 74% are up, 26 are down. All right, so you might want to take a look at some of the energy plays if you're interested in, you know, looking at stocks only that are going up. However, the other way to use it is, okay, let's take a look at the ones that are down. I mean, the majority of stocks in the energy sector are up. Let's take a look at the ones that are down. Your COG as an example. You might want to take a look at it. You know, it's a contrary play within the sector. You know, the other way, I mean, look at Twitter actually, didn't they make their announcement? They're going to actually start, yeah, blue subscription services starting at $2.99 a month. Yeah, so for $2.99 a month, I mean, you just have to read about it. So, you know, that's caused a little bit of a pop in Twitter. So, you know, they're only 20% in communication stocks that are up today. And so if you looked at Twitter, you could see the news. Say, okay, that might be interesting. So I'm just saying, this is the sector status window. I'm going to exit out. And again, I'm demonstrating what the beta looks like, right? It's not available yet. I don't know when it's going to be available. There are some definite little bugs in it that have to be fixed before that happens. Okay, depends on the scanner. I might be able to help you, Trader One. So maybe indicate what you're looking for. If I can help you, I will. If I can't, I'll send you to our other traders who might have more of an insight. So volume 5-minute percent, what that means is that compared to the previous 5-minute candles, there's been a 3,200% pop. Okay, compared 3,200%, I mean, that'd be pretty extraordinary on a 5-minute candle. That means probably if you looked at at a 5-minute chart, you'd see a candle like this, you know, some major candle. So it's comparing previous candles. So there's extraordinary volume coming in. Okay, I'm going to go over the AI. A little bit of a turn here. We're starting to get into some positive action here, but this is what the AI looks like, okay? So if you have our premium service, I know I say this every day, make it easy on yourself. You know, from the toolbar, click on New and AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. I wouldn't concern myself when you do that. This is the window you'll see. I would not concern myself about what version of Holly these alerts are coming from. You know, Neo 2.0 or Grail. I just wouldn't concern myself at all. I wouldn't concern myself. These are the strategies that they're coming from. I wouldn't concern myself about what the strategies are. All I would do is have this window up and running, and how you trade them will be up to you. These are, you know, there's an entry price. Doesn't mean you have to get in at that price. Here is a stop. And again, how you trade them will be up to you. But make it easier on yourself. You can actually incorporate this window as part of your layout. So when you load trade ideas tomorrow, before the market opens, this will be blank. You just wait for the alerts to happen. I use it like a watch list, nothing more, nothing less. What was happening there? Just give me a moment here. Well, it's only in stocks that are really active, Don. I mean, we look at these short float percents. I mean, you know, because of these so-called meme stocks that have these high short float percents. So, I mean, if you're looking for, you know, really, really volatile, if you're new to trading, you know, I would probably shy away from it, to be honest. But you know, it's hard to shy away from some of these things that are just having extraordinary gains. So it's not a matter of, you know, what's happening over the last little while is that these ones with high short float percentages, you know, are just having, you know, 31% is really, really high. So that's why a stock can be up 35%, even if the float itself is not that low. So it's not a matter of only going long on stocks with high short float percentages. No. But I mean, we'll see these ones with high short float percentages, you know, having these extraordinary gains. So I just explained that how to Excel, okay? You know, in my momentum up. That means, I mean, LE as an example. Hopefully this will show it. Yeah, I mean, look at the volume that came in. See that volume bar right there? So that's saying it's like 1,400% of normal compared to previous over a period of time, and that's usually what you'll see. You know, on a scan like this, you'll see a big volume burst. That's what it means. It's just, so the volume percent, when we look here, these are the filters that we're talking about. So I mean, if you want to see big volume bursts, you know, we've got the volume 1 minute, 5 minute, 10, 15, 30. Okay, you want to see big volume bursts on these time frames. You can put, add the filter. You can put something like 1,000 or 2,000%. Then you will see big volume candle or big volume bars. Look at Axel, guys. I mean, there's an example. Look at the volume burst here, compared to the previous ones. All right, now I want to talk about this Brokerage Plus window that you see here. Let's see, are we still having issues with the loading? Not really. I think I've just been asked by development. Yeah, things seem to be loading okay now. Yeah. So this Brokerage Plus window, okay, not mandatory to use, okay? It's a feature that we have. Not mandatory. And I keep having to say that because I don't want people to misinterpret what I'm going to say going forward. So what I've done is I've popped in this Brokerage Plus link, okay? There are two videos. First video shows you how you can link your E-Trade or Interactive Brokers account. So if you wanted to use this window to trade your Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, you can do it. Okay, that first video shows. The second video goes into a lot more detail about some of the more advanced things that you can do once you are connected. I'm not going to go into it at all. Watch the video. Explains virtually everything you have to know. But again, even if you have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, you don't have to use this window. But it's there for you if you want to. So if you're connected, and what happens is you click on a symbol. Oops. Just got to connect to the simulator. Okay, so when you click on a symbol, the symbol shows up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade, price you want to get in at. If you're going long, you buy. If you're going to short it, you sell. Okay? While you're seeing TGI, this is something that I obviously took on a pullback yesterday in the simulator. I held it overnight. Okay, I did not exit it at the end of the day, so this held overnight. So you can see what's happening with TGI right now. So I'm going to get into it a little bit more about using the simulator. But anyway, so if you have an Interactive Brokers account, E-Trade. Now, if you have an E-Trade account and you want to use this Brokerage Plus window, you have to download our latest beta, okay? So you must go to our homepage, download the latest beta. Now, this is only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, this is not available. Okay? Now, another huge way, especially if you're new to trading, cannot emphasize enough. Practice trading first before you commit money to the market. Trading is not easy. We're a great tool, we're a great scanner, but it's not going to turn you into an overnight success. Okay? So, you can practice trading using our simulator. Our simulator uses our real-time data, so it does not matter who your broker is. It uses our real-time simulator. Same thing, you click on an alert. Okay, you want to trade it. Pick how many shares. Again, the symbol shows up. You want to trade it, how many shares, the market, etc. Okay? Or what price you want to get in at. I like to always demonstrate this by taking a trade on a pullback. Give me a moment here. So yeah, look at this. I mean, 708. I mean, I was reluctant to take it at 708 because of that resistance that I saw. 727 now. I mean, what a great window today. My options. Wow. Okay, let's say you wanted to take CLNE, but you don't want to take it right now. Maybe if it pulled back here again. I'm not saying that's what I do, but I just want to show you how you could do something like that. Okay, so here's CLNE, looking down here, 896. Let's say I wanted to take that trade only if it pulled back to 396. Sorry, 896. So I can pick how many shares I want to take. I will put 896, both windows. And click on the buy button. Okay. And there is a big blue line appearing on my chart. So if CLNE, and that's what happened with TGI yesterday. It obviously hit 1961. I probably had that in. I left it in overnight. So if I left this in overnight, and even if it doesn't happen today, but it happened, sometime tomorrow, then it'll take the trade. So I'll leave it in. Let's see what happens. Now let's talk about, we're going to talk about stops in a big way right now. And because if that truly was what happened to you, Sonny, then we got to talk about stops. So let's take a trade. Yeah, I'm still getting a little bit of a lag. Look at the market right now, guys. Look. So the market is really coming back here. Okay, so this is obviously, I'd be chasing this one, okay? But I just want to demonstrate, if I bound and determined, I wanted to take this stock. What's the spread like? Not terrible. How about this one instead, okay? Again, I'm not saying I would take this. It looks like there's some resistance right here. I just want to demonstrate now, and here's the big concept of taking a stop or weighing your stop. So I'm going to take 500 shares of this. I'm going to buy it at the market. I'm going to show you why I'm taking 500. So I bought this at 568. I'm going to put my stop at 548. All right? Not because I want to have a 20-cent stop every trade. I want to make this math super easy. So you see the stop line appeared right on the chart. Now, arguably, I mean, it's not terrible. I mean, maybe at the bottom of that candle. So, that's not terrible. But I'm only doing this for demonstration purposes. So why did I put a stop at 20 cents? Okay, a couple things here. First of all, again, and we're not trying to dump on you, Sonny, or anybody else. But when you get into a trade, unfortunately, just the nature of trading, they're not all going to work. So, which is okay. I mean, you know what? You're not going to win every trade. The whole key to success, though, if you want to stick around trading, is you have to have a price where you're going to get out of the stock when it's not working for you. So that's the whole concept of a stop. So if you're new to trading, that'll be the biggest challenge. Number one is, okay, I get the idea of putting a stop, but where do I put it? So that's where chart reading experience will come in. What I like to do, I like to take a look at, on the chart. I like to see, okay, it looks like there's some good support at a certain area, maybe, a lot of activity at a certain price, so that if it broke down through that price, that support area, I should be out of the trade. So that's how I do it. So I have a price where I'm going to get out of the stock. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, okay, maybe I get used to being able to put a stop in. But the next concept is, okay, how much am I willing to risk on the trade? If it goes against me, how much am I actually willing to risk on the trade in a dollar amount? So, if you've got a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. So what I did here is I said, okay, let's say my account's can risk $100 a trade. Trade doesn't work. Max I want to lose is $100. So that's why if you take a look, so why did I take 500 shares? Because that's, again, there's sort of three concepts here. Have a stop, how much are you going to risk, and then having that stop and knowing where it is before you get into the trade, and knowing how much you're going to risk will determine how many shares you take. You don't go into trading saying, well, I'll take 100 shares every trade, 300 shares every trade. Notice what I did. I said 568 was my entry. 548 is my stop. That's 20 cents away. So if I'm willing to risk $100 on the trade, I divide 20 cents into 100. What do you get? 500 shares. Okay? So 500 shares times 20 cents equals 100. Bit of a rounding error here, okay? So if I leave this stop in and I let myself be taken out, I'll have a manageable loss. Now, this is where the other fourth concept, super important. You might be listening to me and you might practice for a while. I don't know how long it's going to take before you get comfortable with the concept of placing stops, managing, in a simulator. It might take you a month, it might take you 3 months, it might take you a year. I don't know. Everybody's different. But let's just say finally you feel comfortable enough that you want to take your very first trade with real money. You get all excited, you take that first trade, and it starts working against you. So all the self-doubts start coming in. You start saying to yourself, well, maybe my stop was a little too tight, so I'm going to start reducing it. And you keep reducing it as it approaches. You keep lowering your stop, but it keeps approaching your new stop. You keep reducing it because you cannot believe that your first trade isn't going to work, or your second trade, or your third trade. The setup looked excellent, hearing great things about the company. So you keep reducing your stop, so now your manageable $100 loss turns into $300, $400, $500. Finally, you get out of the trade, and you say, man, why did I do that? So the obvious thing to do is to leave your stop in. Okay, takes all the emotion out of trading. You just let it hit, you get taken out. Now, if you don't have an interactive broker's account or E-Trade account, so that you cannot, do this on our charts, when you're trading your live account, that's okay. Your broker will have a way to do the same thing. Okay, if you have an IB account or E-Trade account, then you can use our charts, but your broker will have the same thing. All right, guys, so that is it. And I missed a huge mover. I'm watching thumbnail chart, VTNR. I saw this one. I thought when it broke 8. This is one that's been all over the place. Just as a refresher, announced an acquisition here on this date. That's why it popped. Continued. One analyst, Wainwright, put a $25 price target on it. Got all the way up here. Pulled back. It's pretty choppy. It's a difficult day trade. Another analyst a couple of days ago put a $17 price target on it. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, of course, but that is the reason for the interest. Somebody's asking about Cisco. I typically don't trade these stocks. Too much in the float for me to be too interested in. 4.2 billion. Takes a bunch to move it. It's got a lot of resistance in this area, so it's just not interesting me. Sorry. I just don't see. Listen, if it breaks out over this 54 level, I don't know. That's not quite an all-time high. I guess the all-time highs are up here. But it's just, for me, it's just not an interesting stock. Unless it's going to have some, I had earnings on the 19th, so it's going to need a big catalyst to move it. with that amount of stock in the float. FEYE coming into a critical area now, guys. This 19 level, will it hold? Okay, just a minute. One moment, please. All right, guys. Yeah, the meme stocks are definitely in disarray today. I mean, I was pretty fortunate on the AMC. Did okay, but as I said, I was not, with this drop at the beginning, I was not looking for it to really, recover to these areas. So it was a good trade for me, but that's all it was, just a trade. Okay, so can I search for a chart of individual stocks? So if you're saying if you know the symbol, of course, but if you're talking about, well, I have a company name and I want to search for it, no, if that's what you mean. But I mean, if I wanted to see Macy's as an example, okay, just left click on the chart and I just start typing and click change, okay, so I can look at Macy's. There is a little bit of lag still, guys. I'm noticing a little bit of lag here. Now, should have gone over this. These are hotkeys. So if I want to get out of a trade right now, I can just hit flatten. I can get out of half my trade, or I could double my trade. This was just demonstration purposes, so I'm going to flatten that trade. Okay, so that's how I get out of a trade. I could click the sell button also and pick how many shares I wanted to do it at, but don't like the way it's trading. So there's another concept, guys. I mean, I didn't have to wait for my stop. My stop for me is my absolute worst. Okay, that I want to get out of a trade at. The absolute worst. But if I see something and I just don't like the way it's trading, I can obviously reserve the right to get out before it actually hits my stop. Look at this. Look at the 15-minute. Look at that 15-minute bar. Take a look at YGMZZ. I don't see the high short float anyway. Maybe, our provider. We're always at the mercy of our provider. I only see 4.5%, which is not, crazy high. So I'm going to ask Zach. Zach can't hear me, so. Yeah, so Sonny, here's yeah, I don't know if you've been listening to me, but I mean what I would start to do is use our simulator, okay? And practice trading. Yeah, just like Real is saying, I went over, the use of the simulator. It doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use our simulator, practice trading before you commit money to the market. Can't emphasize it enough. I mean, when I first started trading, I didn't have that luxury. So, I mean, but when I first started trading, I was, I was so nervous to hit hit the enter key or the buy key. So I traded very, very, very small share sizes before I got, comfortable. I did not have a simulator to practice with. How do we use the symbol list in the tools menu? Yeah, so FA, if you haven't created so a symbol list is like a watch list, okay? You know what? I'm going to say this again. Okay, so I'm going to pop a video in that you can watch. And it's called creating a symbol list, which is a watch list, okay? And it goes over, so in other words, I mean, typically, a lot of you want to only track certain stocks. So you can create a watch list with just those stocks in it, and then attach it to an alert window, attach to the watch list to an alert window or a top list window. All right, and then the way you edit it is going, and again, the video explains it, going into tools, symbol lists. You find your list, edit the list. That's what I do every day. For this watch list I create every day, that's what I do every single day. It's a new symbols every day. All right, guys, so let's see what's happening. I see this XERS as an example. Showed up on the option scanner. I don't think it moved that much. No. Zyne showed up, ZYNE showed up, 540. Yeah, I mean, no, not that much. I mean, yeah, did it pop up to 556, but I don't consider that a win. Well, you have to be out of every trade for it to reset, Demetrius, unless something has changed. Then I don't know why it's not resetting every day. You might have to go to tech support. If you're out of every trade, it should reset it should obviously reset. Now, and you're 100% for sure you don't have some orders there. If you go to orders, you might have some closed, but I think it also takes into account maybe some orders that you might have. Okay? So check the orders because, for instance, a pullback that hasn't executed, or it may take that into account also and subtract that. Now, if you don't have anything in your orders, then I'm going to have to send you to tech support. I will have no explanation. Yeah, all these meme stocks are just getting trashed today. It'll be interesting to see what happens with them tomorrow. Because remember, guys, just when we think it's all over, I mean, okay, no more meme stocks. No, that's it. I'm not saying they're going to come back, but I mean, obviously today they're all getting trashed. But did you check your orders? Did you check your orders? Yeah, so I think I asked him that question, the dreamer. So I mean, you're talking about you closed everything down yesterday. If you close them down today, that's not gonna do it. If you close everything down to yesterday, and then and so when you opened it up, you had nothing in. But again, I take a look at your orders. I mean, it's possible, but just when you have orders there, I mean, I don't know 100%, but if you have orders in place, it may take that into account also, potential orders, and subtract that. I don't know. Okay, so did you check your orders? One more time. Did you check your orders to see if there's anything in here? So if there's nothing there, nothing I can do for you. I'm going to have to send you to to the home page, and you can ask that question. I have no idea. Yeah, you can add another. Why am I two positions showing up here? No, I'm talking three positions. Wow, we are getting just. So the meme stocks are just taking it on the chin. Yeah, sorry, I just had to remember how to do it. So yeah, if you go to accounts and then add a new simulated trading account, that might do it too. But I mean that is not that doesn't account for the fact that if you're truly out of everything, why it doesn't reset? So, for instance, I mean, why you would do anything like this? Add a new simulated trading account. You might want to have a swing trading, a swing trading simulated account. Name it swing trading. Here's your starting value. Put whatever you want in here. But that doesn't account for the fact that if you're truly out of every position yesterday and you had nothing in your orders, it doesn't account for that. So I can't tell you why that happened. Okay, so FA, it really depends on when you loaded my window. Okay, I made a change. Now the other thing I made a change, so I want to see here. So if you right click on your window, and you don't have to make the same change, but if you right click on the window and click on configure, what do you see in the summary? The only change I made is I think the original one I had 500% of normal. Okay, and I made the change to 300% of normal. But I'm just looking here. I mean, these are way over 300%. Oh, I'm sorry, it's right here. These are way over, well, not way over. So, you may not have, so the only, so if you, yeah, I think I know exactly what's happened. You're only seeing the one sign. Yeah, so the original one that I had was 500, okay? So that's why you're not seeing them. You can make the change, if you want to. So again, right click, configure, summary, and you can make the change from 500% to 300%. Okay, and that's the other one I guess I took out. Okay, again, you can make the change if you want. Again, this is a template that I use. It's not the be all and the end all. What does halted flipped mean? I don't know. I have a halts resumed, but I don't have a halt resumed flipped. So I don't know what you mean by that one. Flipped usually means something like this. So you notice here I have the basic new highs don't repeat. And I've got the basic new lows don't repeat down here. So if I wanted to see stocks that are making new lows with essentially the same filters in place, but I can flip them. So what can be flipped? I should change this. But obviously what I could flip, I'm looking for stocks now making new lows. I can flip the 4%. Bad example. Let me show you something else, just because I've got them both in there. This is a good example, probably. Yeah. Okay. So here I've got my momentum up. Okay. If I want to show momentum down with essentially the same filters in place, so I don't want to build this from scratch. So I right click, configure. I check the summaries. So what can be flipped? Well, obviously you can flip new high to new low. Can't flip a price range, can't flip the volume, can't flip any of these, but I can flip this. Stocks where the price was up at least 2%. I can flip that, so now the stock has to be at least down 2% from the previous close. So when I click flip, this is what's it'll say flipped, momentum up shared. And notice how this is now flipped from new high to new low. And now this is down 2% instead of up 2%. It's just an easy way. So instead of my having to create, everything from scratch, if this is really what I wanted to do, just sort of show a competing strategy, that's what I do. And then I would give it another name though. I wouldn't keep the flipped in here. I would say momentum down shared. Okay, so it's just a quick way to do things like that. So I don't know where you're getting halted flipped mean. I have no idea. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. and FA and to others. I mean, that goes, you know, I have a lot of scans that I'm sharing, yes. But you can always make adjustments if you want to. You know, I talk about this one, the basic new highs and lows. You know, I think I even made a small adjustment. So you may not be seeing exactly the same filters or the same stocks. You know, but what I've created here is not the be all and the end all. It's just kind of what I like to see. But you know, you might want to have a different price range. Okay, this is what I want to see. But you may have a completely different idea of the stocks that you want to see. You know, so you might want to say a minimum of $10 or $20. You know, it's up to you. You want to make a change to any of this or add a filter in, you know, go ahead. This is sort of more or less like a template. Twitter, let's take a look at Twitter to see how it is responding. Is it still responding well to that news? So if you're not familiar with what's happening, just give me a quick blurb. Their long-awaited subscription service called Twitter Blue. Ha! I find this funny. They're unleashing it in Canada and the United States and Australia before it comes to the U.S. later this year. So we're, I guess, a guinea pig for this. Yeah, Canada and Australia are guinea pigs for this service. $349 Canadian, approximately $299 US. So it comes with tools to undo and organize posts. The company says now you can review and revise your tweet before it's visible to your followers on Twitter. Subscribers can also organize bookmark tweets into folders and turn long threads into easy to read long form text. It says, and it says it's moving forward on a pilot project called Birdwatch to fact-check tweets via crowdsource action. So there's your news for Twitter. So we're the guinea pigs. Anybody in Australia in the room? Canada and Australia are the guinea pigs for this new service for Twitter. Okay, so what is happening? Okay, we have a bit of a rebound now for AMC. For me, this is just going to be I'm not in it, but just maybe a bit of a trading vehicle today. See if it takes out 50 later on again. Yeah, price range cannot be flipped. Exactly how to excel. A price range can't be flipped. Volume can't be flipped. I mean, how do you flip volume, right? You know, if I say I want a minimum volume of 400,000 shares, that can't be flipped. But obviously there are things that can be flipped. If you're looking for stocks up for the day, you can flip that. Stocks down for the day. You want to see stocks making new highs, you can flip that to new lows. So there are flippable things, of course. Okay, Marshall, watch the video. The first video explains it. Okay, the first video explains it. Let me just pop that in. It's very short too. Oops. I lost the B. So the very first video explains it. Yeah, so there is a version of Interactive Brokers called Lite, which is free commissions, okay, which does not work with this Brokers Plus window. Doesn't mean you can't use it, okay. So if you want to use the Brokers Plus window, and also though, even if you don't want to use this Brokers Plus window, if you don't care about it, but you do want to be able to link Interactive Brokers so that when you click on an alert, it'll show up in your order entry. You have to be using their I guess we'll call it their pro version. So they still charge what, a half a cent a share for commission. And I maintain, I mean, people get all bent out of shape, half a cent a share. I get it. I mean, if you're into penny stocks, you want to take 10,000 shares or something. Though I still think there's probably a way within IB that you can negotiate a rate. But I think half a cent a share. Also, I always hear issues about TOS. I know they're free, but I think you get what you pay for. That's my opinion. But well value, Pavlin. I mean, obviously anyone can say anything, but even in this room, as the moderator and real, I mean, if you say something or anybody else says something that is inflammable, I'll just delete you. So there are limits to anyone can say anything. You can say it. You can say anything you want. You're right. You can say anything you want in this room. But, if it's off limits, if it's something that shouldn't be said, you're going to get deleted. That's all. And, listen, this room has been fabulous since inception in terms of the civility. I have rarely had to ban anybody. We always have to, because it's a free room, we don't charge for the room. Because it's a free room, anybody can show up. But over the, 5 years now, over 5 years, I've had to ban very, very, very few people. Yeah, Glenn, unfortunately, Dusty passed away. Very sad. Still chokes me up. All right, guys, what time is it? 11:31, so getting close to my break time. I'll be taking a break. Yeah, I still kind of tear up. Well, listen, William, without getting maudlin about it, I mean, if something happened to you, I'd feel the same way. So, and anybody who's been in this room for a while, You know, yeah, you never met anybody face to face, but you know, people have been in this room for years. You get to know them post-wise, anyways. Yeah, guys, I kind of want to move on, okay, from that, okay, just to say that he was a great poster in the room, and that's all I really want to talk or say on the subject. All right, guys, Con making another new high for the day. Another new high for the day. The spread has tightened also. Here's another one that is popping up here, guys. AUVI. Boy, look at the pop it had in the pre-market up to 927. That could be a bit of a magnet. That could be a bit of a look at it go. AUVI. The jury's out still for me on the AMC. You know, I'm not. Believe it or not, I mean, I'd be waiting for a 50 break, if you can believe it, before I would get interested in it again. Well, look at AUVI, guys. This is coming from my momentum up shared. I mean, I've just loaded this one again. I might have to take a look at this again. Wow, look at AUVI. Wow. So this is what I'm talking about. It's a low float, 4.1 million in the float. I'm sorry. So here's AMC issued a stark warning about its stock's volatility in a filing this morning, warning investors they could lose everything given the current trading dynamics. Jeffries and Raymond James halt AMC shorts. So, so you gotta look at it at another way. They're being crazy smart by wanting everybody to sell, and I don't know. Here's an earnings play, guys. This has been a real no. This it's an earnings play, but I believe they're being bought out. You can just tell by that weekly chart they are being bought out. I'm not sure why they release earnings. I guess obviously the buyout hasn't gone through yet. EFOI, guys. Wow, this has been a look at this. Look at the volume that just came in on the 15-minute chart. The big area right there is the 200-day moving average. Will it stall? Will it stall right there? 553. Wow, look at this. I don't know if there's any. Yeah, so there was some news this morning, and that's what popped it up. So they did. I mean, they did have some news. Exclusive exclusive distribution agreement with Vietnam distributor for Aeroside air purification system. So that popped it up in the pre-market, but it came right back down. I don't know if there's any other news, or now traders are just saying, hey, we're going to move this one. 4 million in the float. What's going on with leads is that, well, 12%. I mean, that's not super low, but I mean, it is, or super high, but it's certainly, high. I always think my cutoff kind of is 15%. When I say my cutoff, doesn't mean, it has to be 15% before I'll trade the stock. I'm just saying, people ask me, what do I consider a high short float percent? For me, it's 15%. I mean, others might say 10%. And another one that's moving, no news. I don't see any news on it. Specific news. Yeah, I mean, that's super small. Obviously, very small. Obviously, did reverse splits galore to get that float percent, or that float down. It's an amazing press release. Now I only read this part, but I mean, look at this. I mean, so they sold 11.55 million shares, okay, in their 8K. But under the circumstances, we caution you against investing in our class. I mean, it's an amazing thing for a company to say. Fascinating time to be investing or trading. I shouldn't say investing. I hate using the word investing, but just trading. Yeah, I always hate to use the word investing. Well, Grant, there's always a chance for anything. Look at AUV. Good grief. Look at this, guys. Look at this go. Mentioned it right about here on that little break, and it's tacked on over $1. And it's now way above the pre-market high. So I see, I mean, the tech is down, so there's a minor disconnect in the market. Dow's up a little, SPY's down, tech is down. But look at, I mean, trade ideas. Look how we can find stocks that are just on the move. Here's another one, guys. Vascular Biogenics, VBLT. Look at the volume. Look at it. I commend you. I mean, look at that volume bar in the 15-minute chart. I mean, it's the biggest one of the day. And there's Con continues to move higher here and settle down a little bit too. In terms of the spread, I mean, it's still an 9-cent spread, but it's not terrible. There's a great call by Real in the pre-market. This was his number one focus, he said. So if you have this one, I mean, this is turning into something I'm probably going to have up and running for a while anyway. If what you can also do now, show you what I'm probably going to do for tomorrow anyway, is I'm going to duplicate the window. Okay, and then I'm going to go to the properties, don't repeat, and I'm going to don't repeat for the day. Okay, so now I'm going to be able to see the first time that this happened. For instance, I see Ken here. See here's the bug, guys. See, I'm trying to elongate, trying to stretch that. The only way I can see it now is if I, that's the bug that we have to cure. I mean, it's not, for me, it's not mandatory. I see what the price is, because I'm going to click on the alert. I'm going to see what it is, obviously, in the chart. I know that the price is within the price range that I'm interested in. So it's not mandatory, but obviously that has to be fixed. All right, guys. So I'm going to just show you on the so not very many alerts today from the AI, but I want to show you. I can't speak for the rest of them. 444. Yeah, I mean, look at this. So the GTT was not shortable for me. Okay, so you'll notice what happened here. BB stopped out. Okay, the reentry price that you could have got back into the trade. So if you did in fact take this trade at the beginning, 1663, actually you got stopped out for $1 loss. If you took it right here and you obeyed your stop. Turned around though, you have a re-entry price. It's just halfway between 1763 and 1663 and 1763. There's $1. So that's halfway between, that's 50 cents, right? Between 1663 and 1763. So you had a chance to get back into that short at 1713 as an example. Okay? In which case, if you took, I don't know what the percent would be actually. Actually, it'd be great. Be a 14%. If you were following this. So I always say this, if you have the AI, have these columns up and running. These are alphabetical order. Just right click. If you don't have it, just right click columns and add those columns. Okay, the reentry time and price. You can add the reentry stop also, but I would certainly pay attention to this because look what happened. So in essence, look at it this way: AI was a little early getting into the short for BlackBerry, as an example. This one, well, this one is actually still working. I mean, if you were able to short GTT at 465, it's 26%. Why is that not? There we go. I like to sort on the aggressive. So now I'm just noticing here, at least right now, GTT is not shortable at IB. It may have been shortable earlier. I don't know. How about you guys with E-Trade? E-Trade. So I'll let Real answer that. Was GTT shortable at E-Trade? Anybody here with E-Trade? I don't mean if you actually shorted. Okay, thanks. So it was available earlier, okay, until 10? Really? So, I mean, we had the alert at 10. We had the alert at 10:02. All right, guys, so it is 11:49, and I want to make sure. It is Jamie. Okay. All right, guys. Yeah. So Jamie, I just got a confirmation. Jamie will be in the YouTube room at just around noon. I'll be taking my break then. So I will put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there. He'll be there between 12 and 1. Jamie is, those of you who know Jamie's been around almost from the very, very, very beginning of Trade Ideas. Here's the next one, guys. Look at this. I mean, actually, I'm really starting to enjoy this window a lot. Okay. Quick hitters sometimes. You always have to look left on the charts. Where could this keep running to if it wants to? Check the float, make sure it's not some crazy, 1 billion in the float. But even if it were a billion in the float, it's moving for a reason. But, check the longer term time frames. Where could it keep going to? You can see right there, the high up here is 21.59. So, I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but at least you know that you're not going to have, any chart resistance until then. Boy, this is being just devastated. FEYE. Well, it's interesting because they had news this morning, and obviously the market does not like this at all. I mean, here's your news on it. So it's selling all cash transaction worth $1.2 billion product business, but they bought that for $1 billion in 2014. So, I mean, the market's not reacting favorably to that at all. Guys, EFOI, it's just huge. My voice just cracked there. Look at the volume coming in. So again, guys, you want a scan that has good volume pops, momentum up. Okay, that's a scan that has great volume pops. My guess is that we've got a big short on here from Zach. Yep. Yeah, and there's another way to play stop. So, you get into a trade, you're looking at a trade, you want to get into it. Look at that previous, Real uses maybe a 5 minute candle or a 2 minute candle, I guess, depending on the activity. And there, you place your stop right there. And so you can practice trading, doing it exactly that way also. All right. Well done, Poe, also. Yeah, it's nice to group similar strategies into the one multi-strategy window. I agree. Wow, EFOI, what have they done? Cured something? I mean, I do see that there is some news. Um, no, I have no idea what you can use in Canada. I mean, I don't get. No, I use this phrase a lot. I don't get too bent out of shape when I can't find shorts for something. I mean, most of the time for the things I do want to, if I see it early enough, most of the time, I can find shorts at IB, but and it's not IB Canada. I mean, it's IB. I mean, I know it's not as if IB US has is any different. And boom, yes, just halted. All right, guys, I'm going to put my announcement in. I'll be taking my break. I'll be back at around. I'm just waiting for Jamie to show up in the YouTube room. I'll be back around 12:40. And here's Khan again, guys, making another new high. This is on the momentum up and volume. I mean, there's volume is picking up too. Mentioned VBLT just I don't know when, just probably right around here. It pulled back. Now another pop. I'm going to try to get a little more trading once I come back from my break. And I'm just waiting for Jamie to show up. Now here's another one, guys, showing up. BBCP. Now I don't think there's very much volume in it. Yeah, not very much volume in it. So I know it's in the momentum up, but my guess is that Jamie is streaming. Ah, I see you there. Okay, Jamie, thanks. I'll stop streaming right now. Thank you. Just give me a moment. Okay, Jamie, I've stopped. Ah, I see you there. Okay, Jamie, thanks. I'll stop streaming right now. Thank you. Just give me a moment. Okay, Jamie, I've stopped. Ah, I see you there. Okay, Jamie, thanks. I'll.
Okie dokie. Looks like I've got the helm. Thank you very much, Barry. Hello, everyone. I'll be your host for the next hour as we give Barry a break and transition into the live support session. Okay, I think things are going well. If someone would be so kind as just to let me know via the chat panel if you can see and hear okay. Grapple, thank you. Hello. Well, I guess everybody can see and hear. Quick mic adjustment here, and I think we're good to go. Okay, thank you very much. All right, so all kinds of things going on today, ladies and gents. Got a nice rebound off the bottom on the SPY. Is it going to hold up? We shall see. But boy, a lot of juicy shorts coming through today. A lot of these high-flying stocks, AMC, GME, all taking nice little pullbacks from their run over the past couple of days. All right, thank you, Gerald. Sahar, Bob, thank you very much. And Kevcom. What kind of crowd we got in here today? I forgot to look. Oh yeah, nice little crowd. So welcome everybody. Just keep in mind that this is the live support session, the hour that we allocate for the live support session. So any questions that you have about TI in general, just let me have them. Hope everybody's having a green day today. But boy, yeah, Barry, I heard Barry talking before I took the helm here about this BB trade. This kind of fits the definition of a trade around to the T. I was in this trade today and I did get stopped out. But check out what the stock did. And you know what? Forgot to bring up my pin here. Let me grab it. But this BB is a classic trade around opportunity based on what you see here on how the stock reacted around the stop area in this 45 to 1 hour period after Holly initiated and got stopped out. So we had the short come in here, boom, immediately pops up to that stop area. And how did the stock react around that stop area? Well, it took a while, but never really made an excursion too much past. On the wicks we did, but on the bodies of these candles, just hugging that stop area like a glove. And then boom, seller comes back in for a pretty decent move. Probably the biggest, or actually BB was good. GTT, even better. All right, look at the stop action around this one. Just barely comes up there and triggers it. Get the next candle open well below those levels, and then it was just, well, can't say off to the races. Maybe the inverse of that saying. But some really good short side activity today out of GTT, BB, not so bad, considering the fact that we had a stop out, and now we'd be up significantly on that trade. But GTT, definitely the biggest winner, hands down. And what do we have here? The last signal, once again from the AI, BGFV, a little short from the top there. I kind of like this one. These retailers have been backing off from the highs. We'll have to see what BGFV does around this little fast line here on the intraday. Notice the 10 period. It's time for a test. And we've got about, well, this candle just opened, so it's going to be interesting to see how this thing plays out. We've still got 12 minutes left for this 15-minute candle to close. If it closes below this 10 period right here, then we might get a little bit more action to the downside. If the 10 period catches it, maybe not. Market trying to figure out what it wants to do. It might have a little 10 period test on it as well coming up pretty soon, but based on the volume that we're seeing right here in the SPY, a little bit above average volume thus far, but starting to take a nap on the 1 minute, well below 100 on the 5, as well as the 10. So, unless we get some volume come back in the short term, might be just kind of sleepy time for the SPY as we perhaps go sideways into the last 2 hours or so. We shall see. But boy, what a past couple of days it's been for the meme stocks. Let's take a peek back over here at AMC. Wow, what a nice little breakout from the $16 area on the daily there. See what I'm getting at right there? Boom, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can't say 5 consecutive up days, but boy, talk about a big 5 days here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And now we're getting that little pullback there. Can't say it's little. Yeah, Kev. You know, these are great stocks if you catch them at the right time. You know, obviously, this would have been the most opportunistic time. And you know what? I was aware of AMC myself. Just missed it on that day. Didn't feel like chasing it. Boy, what a big chase right there, huh? In any case, big up move. You know, right about these levels right here is when the FOMO starts to kick in. And then we get chasey, but it's just like any other setup. You know, this was the opportunistic time, maybe somewhere in this candle as well. Getting a little chasey, but after that day right there, you know, flip a coin. You just never know. All right, Asuri, got a question? Good question. If I want aggressive on the AI, how to accomplish this? Okay, good question. So if I pull my brokerage plus over here and we go over to the Holly AI tab, whether we go to long or short instructions here, my long instructions, okay, using my based on stop loss risk of $100, I've selected moderate, but what a series is getting at here is in previous versions, we had moderate, conservative, and aggressive risk management. Now, the reason we've taken aggressive out is simply because, well, it is definitely the most aggressive, and you know, for new users that might have it on aggressive for the first time, that might not be such a good thing. Okay, so you know, what is the definition of aggressive? It's not using any stops, profit targets, timed holds, any of that stuff. It simply is going to put out the signal to try to get the order filled. And if you get filled, then it's up to you to manage that risk. Okay. Whereas, you know, we have moderate and conservative. Moderate, basically putting in a stop loss and adhering to the timed hold. A little bit different than conservative, which is using all the variables like profit save or reduce risk. But the bottom line is this. Operating in moderate, okay, notice I have these positions live currently, all right? if I go to my orders tab, we can see 1, 2, 3, 4 positions operating in moderate. If we look at my live orders, 1, 2, 3, 4 stop losses and 4 timed holds queued up for 5 minutes at the close. So just left as is. These things do not get stopped out. The system will exit for me 5 minutes before the close. However, here's the workaround if you do have the urge to operate in aggressive mode, even though it's not available when we come in here and take a peek. But if we leave it on moderate, here's what you would do. As soon as you see something get filled, as soon as you get live positions on, if you want to be in aggressive mode, all you would need to do is come over here and immediately cancel your stop orders and your timed holds. Okay? All I have to do is click on here, hit the cancel button, then you are in essence in aggressive mode, operating with no stops, no profit targets, no timed holds. So that's the only way to simulate or to get into aggressive mode at this point in time is to cancel your stops, operating from moderate risk. And that's also a good question, Asiri. The question is, why can't we pick the risk mode per AI strategy? In other words, if we look at the AI strats here, whether we look at them here or whether we look at them from the AI panel here, all right, notice it's universal. We can only do our long trading instructions and our short trading instructions, and it applies to all of them universally. But I like what you're saying there, Siri, and that might be a feature that we add in the future where you can click on each strategy and assign different risk modes for each strategy. It's just simply not available yet. We might add that in the future. And also to your other question, in the AI, the exit time for conservative, that would apply to both conservative and moderate. Because if we take a peek just at the AI panel here, we can always see what the exit reason was. Okay, in the conservative mode, that is it. Okay, of course we can have stops in conservative and moderate. All right, obviously if we see targets hit or reduce risk or profit save, which funny thing, we don't have any of those today, those are all conservative as well. But the timed hold, if none of the other things like conservative or profit save or reduce risk or the stop gets hit, then the timed hold will hold as well in conservative versus moderate. Now we can tell what the timed hold is by consulting the strategy panel, right? Time stop, okay? So even in conservative mode, if none of the other things exit the trade, stop loss, profit target, reduce risk, or profit save, then these hold times will still come into play for conservative and moderate. So most of these times, notice the times here. We used to have different times throughout the day, but due to the latest iteration of the AI module, most of these or all of these are geared for mostly all-day holds, some getting out 15 minutes before the close and some getting out 10 minutes before the close. All right, I see your question here. In B+, how do I see which of my alerts triggered the trade? I have multiple alerts in the strategy. Now, are you talking about strategies that you've configured, not the AI strategies? Because if you're talking about strategies that you configure, if we pop into strategies, I've got a couple of scripts in here, okay? But I don't necessarily have a strategy. These are for my right-click order entries. But if I just came down here and loaded up a strategy at random, we can take a look at those settings. So I'll just load a strategy up, add to existing. Okay, now we've got this late print strategy in here. All right. Now notice it's always going to have the very last symbol that showed up in that strategy, but I could easily right click and say go to alert window, and then I could easily take a look at today's history. That's another way to do it, and see what all has come through here. And then boom, here we are back down to the open. So a pretty short strategy there. And to that point, if I am running a strategy that I configured myself within Brokerage Plus, what I'll typically do is have the same strategy in alert window form somewhere on my desktop, so that when I see one of these symbols come through, I can look over there and go, oh, okay, did the order go out? Make sure everything's functioning properly. So that's another good way just to keep tabs on the symbols that are coming through, is have a duplicate window of that strategy, one a B+, one is a freestanding window, so you can monitor the symbols that are coming through. Yeah, no problem. All right, operating in the simulated mode right now. If I connect to live E-Trade, provided the trades get through, I will roughly have 50% profit at this point. If I connect to live E-Trade, provided the trades get through, I will I'm not sure I understand the question there, Asiri, about the 50% profit. Iris, hi Jamie, did you manage to build some new scanners? Haven't really been on the new strategy fabrication wagon as of late, Iris. Just been using what I normally do, getting a little bit more active with automating the AI. Still trying to squeak out a few more bugs there. So no, haven't really, as far as anything new on the table, not really. Just using my same old grouping of strategies. So Siri, if you'd care to be, I don't know, give me a little bit more details. I'm not really sure that I understand that question about the 50% profit and whether you're connected to E-Trade or not. So if you want to be a little bit more specific, that would be great. Yeah, to your point, Iris, there's just been so many tradable stocks out there right now. Um, just not a whole lot of, I guess, there are times where you feel more compelled to develop new strategies than others, and everything's been so active from my existing tickers and the AI that it's kept me plenty busy. Okay, from the AI strategy trades window, it shows 46% right now. Okay, here's my AI strategy trades window. And where are you seeing the 46%, Siri? If we go to aggressive over here, okay, are you getting at this value here? Okay, you're saying in your brokerage plus, right? Yeah, I think I've got that window minimized. Hold on a second. But you're saying in your brokerage plus panel, okay? Is that what you're getting at? In brokerage plus in aggressive mode in the strategy trades window? It's probably this what you're talking about then. I need to show the strategy menu. Okay. So you're getting at these numbers here, yes? Conservative, moderate, and aggressive, correct? This is what you're referencing, correct? Right. So look at where I've circled right here, okay? Strategy trades. We got conservative, moderate, and aggressive. And so you were saying aggressive is 48, and we just tick down to 46.68%. So obviously, playing conservatively, and of course these numbers are going to jive with when I flip through here. All right. Conservative, 325 or 4.7%. Moderate, 15, 1390 or 29.79%. And aggressive, 1900. And these are all based on risking 100 per trade or 46.75%. Yeah. Right. Simply percentage up versus dollars. Okay. Well, up, down, or sideways as this market goes right now. Still plenty of things hitting all-time highs. The old Oracle. Pop in ATH as well. You know, I guess all this Fauci news is good for Moderna because it's been cracking all-time highs as of yesterday. Boom. All-time high broken yesterday and a continuation today. Guess that's the old saying, no such thing as bad publicity. But the AI doing quite well for the week. If we take a peek at yesterday's trades, had some good action out of Nikola Corporation. Electric cars have been bouncing as of late, or all that entire industry. DXC wasn't too bad. Neither was LBRT. So we were up yesterday, but we did have a fair amount of stop outs. But the day before, even better. Let's see. We were looking at today is the 3rd, so the 1st was, well, market was closed on Monday, so yeah, the 1st was Tuesday. So we're going to go back and take a look here. LX, that was a beautiful trade from the other day. Boom. This thing just flatlined for the remainder of the day. It's gotten a little bit weaker. And then we had the VTNR short sell up here at the top. All right, well, let's check in on that other one, the BGFV. Let's see how it's behaving at that 10 period. And look what we have here. We were talking about it in this candle, and then that candle closed, and we've got about 7 minutes left in this candle. And as far as a short goes, this is looking pretty good. If we close somewhere in this candle body, or maybe edge down a little bit more. Well, then this short right here might have a little bit more oomph in it. So let's see, if I'm risking $100 a trade in a live environment, that's 175 shares. BGFE here. Oops, let's go back to real time. 172 shares. I've got my same settings here, so we're 3 shares off. 37.17 was the price that the AI marked. 37.08 is what I got on the live short fill. So as far as slippage goes, I took about 9 cents of slippage in a real world execution there, which sometimes it's 9, sometimes it's 2, sometimes it's 1. Here's something funny. If we go back one more time to the first, on this trade right here, entry price that the AI marked was 10.10. On that day, I actually got a fill of 10.04 on a nice winning trade. That's just how crazy the algos are. You can have positive slippage sometimes. In that case, I had 6 cents of positive slippage on a beautiful entry that went up all day. But a lot of the times you're going to take negative slippage. So really what it boils down to is total slippage. Out of so many trades, what is the average slippage amount? And typically it's been coming in right about 4 or 5 cents on average. Sometimes it's going to be good, sometimes it's going to be bad, but it's the overall average that we like to focus on there. All right. Yeah, not for Tesla. Of course, Tesla being the king daddy of all the electric vehicles. Yeah, takes a little bit more to get that one moving in either direction. What does it all mean? Well, Billy, if you have a specific question about anything that I've covered, by all means pop it in there. I'm not really sure what you were referring to at that point in time, but I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have if you can be a little bit more specific. All right, I realize the issue with aggressive is no stop loss, but can we have an aggressive with a liberal stop loss so it doesn't wipe out new traders' accounts? Well, the cool thing about it is once the stop loss has been submitted, right? Like here's my long trade in MAS, okay? Now, I can't really crunch it up enough to be able to see the line here on my stop loss, but I can easily see it over here on the daily. So if you wanted to widen that stop out, operating in moderate mode, all you'd have to do is grab the line and adjust it on your chart. You know, if you wanted a little bit more liberal stop, say the bottom of this area right here, you could easily grab it and drag it down, and that would adjust your stop for you. Look at OEG, okay. Yep. Big gap, big up day, big down day, and now just kind of gapped it down a little bit. It's kind of hanging there in space. But here's the intraday here. I mean, trying to figure out where this one might, you know, it looks like it's probably at its lower limits for the day. We've wicked back up off the low here. This little area acting as temporary support. So this one's just kind of landlocked right here. I mean, doesn't have a whole lot of room to vacillate here. Yes, clarify slippage is the question for Angela. Okay, so make sure this is back on real time here. All right. So for example, let's use the SMTC as an example. All right, SMTC right here. The trade came out about 37 minutes into the market, 9:07. I'm in Central Standard Time, so the 8:30 is the open. So we get SMTC, okay? Now notice the price right here that the AI marked as its price, because this is the price at which the alert fired, okay, and the strategy fired. So the print that generated that trigger that made SMTC pop up in the trade spotter, that print was at 64, okay. Now, what was my fill in SMTC? Okay, SMTC here, you can see my entry price was 64.02. Okay, so this means that I took 2 cents of slippage from the original alert price of 64. AI marked it at 64. By the time mine kicked in and bought it, I paid 2 cents higher than the original AI signal here. Okay, so therefore, my performance, assuming I exit when the AI exits, is going to be 2 cents worse than the AI. That's what we call slippage. Okay. Let's look at MAS. MAS 58.85. I paid 58.87, so another 2 cent slip on that one. But if we look at BGFV, the AI, and keep in mind this is a short sell, so a lower price is worse in this case in slippage terms. 37.17. By the time I got short, 37.08. So I took 9 cents worse than the AI there. So on this one, the slippage was 9 cents. On these other two, it was only 2 cents. So that's what we mean when we say slippage. The difference between the price that you're seeing on the AI panel and the difference in which you actually got filled. Now, slippage isn't just relegated to an automation perspective. It's anything. So for example, right here on my all-time high ticker, notice ARCC, when it first busted out of this high right here, the top of that candle, we're just barely past that breach area right there. Looks like it was, we'll call it 1977. And where's my price column? There we go. It's squished up for some reason. Okay, so ARCC 1987, but we can see right here the first, I don't know why these are all jumbled up, 1981. So let's say the first tick I saw was 1981, but by the time I pulled the stock up, it was already up to 1985, and I still liked it. Went ahead and hit the buy button, and I got filled at 1985. But the first time I saw it was 81. By the time I typed it in and hit buy, I'm taking a 5 cent worse price. We could also call that slippage as well. So whether it's from the AI or auto-generated or from one of our manual alerts, the difference between the alert price and the price that we actually execute is what we refer to as slippage. So Angela, I hope that makes sense to you. All right, question from Double N. Jamie, what is your edge these days? Well, you know, there's a lot of different things that you can string together during the day to try to create an edge, okay? We could call trading a statistical model, you know, which is the AI. You know, anything that you see coming from the AI, what is the AI's superpower? Statistical probability, right? Now, of course, we know that statistical probability is no assurance or no guarantee of success, right? But when we look at these strategies that the AI brought to the party today, all right, we can see the win percentage. These were our statistical odds coming into the session. And of course, you know, pullback short, bringing up the rear, only winning 30.8% of the time, but the rest of these winning at a bare minimum 59%, so they're all over the map, all right? So sometimes a strategy is going to overperform. These two came in at 67 and 78.3% chance of success, anything coming out of there. They've each issued 2 trades, and they've both been winners, so they're overperforming today at 100%. Whereas these guys came in with decent odds. They've only spit out 1 trade each. Those trades have been losing. So, you know, we got one end of the spectrum here and one end of the spectrum here. Overperforming, underperforming. This guy, since it has 2 trades and it's only 1-1, underperforming 88.9 versus 50. Obviously, the more trades that we see come in here, the more rounded these numbers are going to get. But when you only have one and it's a loser, operating at 0%, only have one operating as a winner, 100. Of course, these are a little bit more interesting, 2 for 2, and then 1 for 2. So anytime you're using the AI to pick trades, that's an edge using statistical viability. Now, as far as an edge goes, in the older days of trading, an edge meant something completely different. Me and some of the older gents here at the firm that have been around since the early and mid 90s, well, back then we had a technological edge in the form of the small order execution system, the SOS system. That was a technological edge. All of the technological edges have kind of, well, they've all been dealt with, and they're no longer inefficiencies in the system, so they're no longer an edge. So the only edge that we can hope for today, other than statistical viability, is from a technical perspective, our chart reading skills, right? Maybe some of you still do a little bit of tape reading, watching the time and sales come through. But as far as what edges do I employ, statistical viability. I also like watching my compare count to kind of give me an idea of what to expect. All right. Now, bear with me while I do a little count here. Okay. So what I do every morning is after the first 15 minutes, I consult my compare count window, which is this little guy right here. All right. Now, if we go into configure and look at what this window is counting, you got the green data side. So it's going to keep count of all stocks hitting a high. And what I do is I look at this thing after the first 15 minutes of the market. Okay. Stocks hitting a new high, but they have to be the bigger cap stocks. And in my opinion, that is a company that has a market cap of 4 billion or more. And we've also got to have a little bit of accelerated volume, which in the opening 15 minutes, that 300% gets met no problem. But then when we look at the red data side, we're going to see the exact opposite. Same filter set, but those stocks hitting lows. So big cap stocks hitting highs, big cap stocks hitting lows. What is that ratio after the first 15 minutes? And we can see here, we had a pretty significant bearish bias in the opening 15 minutes. And we can see here what was going on in the first 15 minutes. So for that first 30 minutes, we did have a nice downside push, but then things changed, went all the way back up. So a lot of the times, this was the bounce today, but the first 30 minutes were nice and red. Sometimes when we're not gapped down as far, and in my opinion, the bigger the gap and we see a correlation in the compare counts, then the less room we have, just like any other play out there. Something gaps down, they've taken a lot of the steam of that downside move out, so there's not as much on the table for what I like to refer to as a true move, same way to the upside. But these are the things that I try to establish to give me that informational edge. All right. In some days, based on the gap, they work better than others. For example, if we had not have gapped down so significantly, if we had only gapped down to here, or just maybe here, or maybe even here, there would have been a lot more room for the regular session. But when we get these larger gaps, you have to kind of temper your expectations. But a lot of the times when we don't have the gaps, this is very accurate. It helps give me that edge on my expectations for the session. And of course, it's all going to be dependent on the longer term charts. And, is there room? Which Barry talks about all the time, right? So when we saw the SPY down here, and we look over here, and we see this candle butting up against our 20 period moving average, well, that kind of gives us an idea. Well, that might be where it stops. It's also coordinating with the tops of these daily candles here. All right, so we have an area that could act as potential support. We also have this happening, going down and kissing and retracing off of that 20 period moving average, right? So even though we had massive downside counts, we always have to consult, well, how much room is there? Are we butting up against any major moving averages or any areas that might act as support? And in the case today, these things all came into play, manifesting in a bounce. So not the easiest market environment this morning to navigate. All right, just a little drink of water here. All right, we got the slippage thing. Talked about potential edges. Question is, so for the limit offset for the AI long and short trading instructions, what do you suggest for an offset? Great question. All right, let's pull my B plus back over here. Go over here to the Holly. Now, here's what I use. I like an aggressive inside delta. That's why I'm using -9 cents. I use this on the longs and the shorts, okay? Because let's talk about order entry. We got limit, we got market, right? Now on market, the good news is you're pretty much always going to get your fill unless it's a short order and that stock is on the hard to borrow list and it just gets rejected. It's part of the game. But generally, on the long side, you're always going to get your fill. You're going to get most of your fills on the downside unless it's hard to borrow. But your slippage is going to be, by default, a lot greater than if you were using limits, okay, on average. All of a sudden, stock comes up with a 25-cent spread and you hit it. That's a lot of spread to eat, okay? That's why I like to choose what I think is kind of a nice hybrid between the two. It's an aggressive limit offset, but it's not as aggressive as market, and it's a lot more aggressive than just putting out a limit price at the price at which the alert occurred. Because if it's kind of a fast-moving stock, it's not going to back and fill you. Okay, so by using a negative value here, okay, let's say the alert price of stock XYZ came in at $10 with a -0.09 here, 0.09. If the alert price was 10 on a long, then it's going to put my bid out at 10.09. Okay, if I had a -5, it'd put it out 5 cents higher. In this case, it's going to put my bid out in a form of a limit 9 cents higher than the alert price. So if the spread is less than 9 cents, I hit the offer, I've got my fill. Same way on the short side. Alert comes in at 10, it's going to put your short offer out there at 9.91. So a negative value is always aggressive and is going to be, above or below the alert price on shorts and longs respectively. But let's say you've got a strategy and you don't want to, you don't want to chase. You're hoping for a back and fill. Let's say you used a +9 and it was a long trade. Price comes in at 10. You're going to put a bid in at 9.91 and hope the price comes to you. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But in that case, you'd get a better price in the AI. Problem is, your fill rate would go down significantly. So I hope that makes sense on the long and short trading offsets for not only the AI, but for your own strategies as well. And to your other comment there, Siri, so moderate with a stop that I set could be aggressive. Well, true aggressive would just be eliminating the stop and just manually babysitting the trade with no stops or anything like that. But you can stretch that stop loss out. That's kind of a hybrid version. I'm going to use a stop, but I'm going to make it more aggressive than what was originally input. All right, Angela, you just purchased on Monday. Well, welcome to the family. That is correct, and I was operating in privacy mode earlier, but I was playing around with it, and hey, prefer to be private, but in this case, forgot to do that. tell you what, we'll just flip it around. What did we do? Did we just get a signal here? Yes, we did. Okay. SLS long at 1090. Okay. What do we get here? 1090. Okay. Not a bad fill in the SLS. AI marked 1090. I got 1091. Trade is working so far. And of course, now I'm in privacy mode. Anybody thinking of hacking my account, just keep in mind, I would not recommend it. And you've got a big, juicy, triple salted and hashed password that you'd have to crack there too, so good luck with that. Siri, thank you for the compliment. Always glad to help out. Question is, have you been trading the TI strength alerts? If you do, how are you trading them? Good question. And, I'm treating the strength alerts just like any other, it's kind of like the same thing that I talk about with the AI. The AI, I view it as just another high quality information stream. And, just look at the trades and try to apply my fundamental analysis of each trade. Let's see here. GTT, even though it spit out some good returns, not really, we kind of talked about the trade arounds earlier, watching how stocks react around those stop areas. Because, a trade around by nature is you saw the AI get stopped out, so the AI lost on the trade, but you're seeing how the stock operates around that stop area. And does it make sense to make a second entry? And a lot of the times you'll hear people refer to these as the second mouse trade. Okay, first mouse got his cheese stolen by the stop, but then we just don't get that much of an excursion past that level. This ends up acting as a pivot point more or less, which can give us a heads up for a second entry, right? Second mouse got the cheese on this one. But as far as the TI strength trades go, let's just scroll over here and take a peek real quick on the ones for this week. If I can get my pointer working here. So it's really easy just to get a bead on these by coming over here. These are the ones for this week. These are delivered to your inbox before the Monday's open. Might even go out Sunday night sometimes. But I'll treat these just like any other stock that comes across any of my other tickers. How are we looking on the daily? Of course, also looking, we'll duplicate this guy. How's it setting up on the intraday as well? Now, of course, on Monday, or Tuesday, which was the first, that's odd. Okay. I don't know if anybody else is seeing what I'm seeing here. Tell you what, let's do this. Save that window to my cloud, pop back over to my default. I don't think this is going on my default layout. If anybody's curious as to what I'm looking at here. Whoops. Got a little too big there. Okay, and there we have it. Okay. That was just my eyes playing tricks on me. I was on the wrong day. But we have the second here and the third here. Okay, just want to make sure. So, on the first, being Tuesday, since Monday the markets were closed, when you get Lovesac delivered to your inbox, and you're checking out these, here we are on the first, we're just hovering right around all-time highs, right? So, everybody's a little bit different. On the first, after that day right there, we got really close to all-time highs. So, me being an opening range break guy, things like this are what catch my eye, right? We got the stock delivered to us here, inside day. Then we had this hammer, kind of come down here, touch the 10 period, and wicked off of it significantly. That's a sign of strength, okay? Bouncing off that 10 period. High of that candle was 86.75. Did we bust it? Nope. 86.80 was the high. So we got a nice setup building here, and then today, boom, look what happened. We cracked through that little level right there, went all the way up to 95.51 from 86, or let's just call that 87. That was a big move that you could have been a part of just buying this little range break right here. And keep in mind we got the stock delivered to us way back here. All right. So that this is a very good and simple example of how I play or what I look for in those setups. Same thing I look for in just about every setup. Does it present itself in any of the strength plays? And since these are based on strength, we're going to get a lot of these topping patterns. So let's just pull that window back up from my cloud. Should be right here at the top. Okay, so good example there in love. Or what? Wait. Huh. Did I just talk about something that wasn't even a strength play? How did I get that symbol in there? Okay, scratch Lovesac. But we could do the same thing with all of these symbols, right? I don't know how I got on love and thought that that was a strength play. How did I do that? I was like, I don't remember seeing that one, but I didn't say anything at the time. But oh well. Okay, let's look here. All right, this one had already broken out of this little base here, and we didn't get the signal till way up here. Okay, but look what it's doing again. All right, it looks like it might be moving a little sideways here. Okay, now of course it stops right here, looking back to this little area that everybody had hoped would act as a level of support. We took the whoosh down and we're right back up to this level again. So as far as ERII goes, it's going to be a little interesting level here, because if we get a close above this line again, then we could easily be back up to this level here. LPL, a little thin. ATRC, kind of interesting. Look at the day that it's having right now. We got the double moving average cross right here, bouncing off the 20 and the 10. So if we get a solid close at these levels up here, we don't close below those moving averages, then ATRC could definitely be in play up to the prior day candle. And what I've noticed on the strength plays, a lot of the times that first day you get a nice move, but once again, it's all going to be dependent on, is the setup looking good? How much room is there? And do we get some nice, always like to have a nice cozy setup to go along with it on the intraday. But some people don't. Some people base it solely off of the daily. And I would be remiss if I didn't talk about kind of zooming out a little bit more, especially on these strength plays, because you get kind of a different view here. All right. Looking at ATRC on the weekly, boy, a little bit different of a picture. Okay. Wedging up nicely. If I were to draw some trend lines, we got a little triangle pattern forming there. Look how strong it is against the 10 period on the weekly. So test here, wick back above. Highs come back down. Test 1, test 2, test 3. No guarantee, but it looks like ATRC, unless we just have a massive market sell-off one day, it looks strong. It looks like it's going to wedge up here and potentially make a run at the highs again. But basing that on what we see on the weekly. Now DRI, the week of, obviously we have to look at the week here. Not looking so strong. All right, probably had a few questions pop in here while I was thinking Lovesac was a strength play. Okay, the question is, if you buy a stock on Monday, sell it on Tuesday, then buy it back later Tuesday, is that a day trade? Okay. Depending, that makes me think of a wash sale. Buy stock on Monday, sell it on Tuesday, then buy it back later on Tuesday. Is that a day trade? I'm gonna lean towards yes, but I could be wrong. I'm not 100% certain on this. I know that if I buy a stock and only sell half of it and keep the other half, that it's still a day trade. But as far as buying it Monday, selling it Tuesday, and then buying it back Tuesday, I'm not really sure. Depending on the platform that you trade on, there's typically a day trade counter. I know there is with E-Trade and Tasty Trade. So if you go through that process and you're at 0 day trades, and then all of a sudden you see day trades 1, well, then you know the answer. And that's just not something I do, so I just have to take a guess at it. I don't know. Glad you liked it, Asiri. Thank you. Can you please help to set up an alert window for the volume, let's say in the past 2 days? Higher and 5 times 1 minute and high of the day? Well, we can't tell you that the volume in the 1 minute was higher today versus 5 days ago. What we do have in the smaller time frames is we can tell you if it's higher than what is average, okay, for that stock in the smaller time frames, 1 minute, 5 minute, 10, 15, and 30. Okay, but we can't look back and go, okay, is it higher than the 5-minute volume 4 days ago? Okay, um, let's see here. But we do have a volume metric for prior day. It's just not going to be in the smaller time frames. Volume yesterday. Okay, so we could insert the requirement, hey, volume has to be higher than yesterday, and 100%, since this is a percentage filter. If we wanted the stock and the volume to be higher from yesterday from a percentage value, we could always install this filter. And if 100% is normal, then we could say, okay, this needs to be at least 1% higher than previous day. But that's as far back as a day comparison we can make when you're talking about actual volume from a percentage basis. We can do it on the whole, but not in those smaller time frames. All right, ladies and gents, looks like we got 1 minute before Barry reclaims the driver's seat here, and I got a couple more questions to get to here, so let me just see here. Why don't the max profit and max profit time of day update for higher highs? Okay, Sienna. All right, let's take a look at Sienna real quick. Okay, so max profit, and I don't think I have it on here, but let's just install it real quick. Okay, so for Sienna, max profit was $70.06, and it's marking that from the high of the day. Okay, from the time that the AI made the entry, and of course this was a stop out earlier. Okay, but the most that was up was $70.06 before the stop out, or at any point in time in the day. So it's just going to take the most that it was up in that risk mode, and then it's not going to change for the rest of the day because there was a stop out. I had chimed in on that wash sale rule. Wash sale only if you sell it for a loss. Right, and star. So that would be the previous day's volume. So once again, if we wanted the volume to be higher than yesterday from a percentage basis, we would just use a value slightly higher than 100%. And of course, that could be 1%, 2%, maybe it's a tenth of a percent. Maybe you want to go 100.1, you know. But anything over 100 would make sure that it's doing more volume than the previous session. All right, ladies and gents, we are at the top of the hour. So let me just see if Mr. Barry is ready to take it back. No problem, Star. Thanks everybody for popping in for the live support session. Always a pleasure. All right, Barry is telling me that he's starting up the stream. So hope everybody has a nice rest of the day. Hope you're nice and green. Tomorrow is Friday. So if I don't talk to you before then, have a great weekend and join us for the live support session tomorrow. All right, everybody. Take care. Bye-bye.
Yeah, so the charts update every 8 to 10 seconds. Okay, now what that means though is that when you click on an alert, that's real time. That's a real time alert. It's just going to take 8 to 10 seconds. Um, that might sound crazy. You know, I'll tell the story again. I will tell the story again. I know most of you have probably heard this, but when they introduced charts, I don't know, 3 years ago, and they said they were going to be 8 to 10 second refresh rate, I thought that was insane. I thought, hey, thank you, Ija. Okay, thanks for letting me know. You guys can hear me. AMC, guys, we're talking about that one in the room. AMC. I know. Look at AMC. Look at BlackBerry, BB. They're alive again. WKHS. So anyway, when they came out with their charts, I said, that's insane. I can't use that. I used to have eSignal at the time. So I put my eSignal charts right beside the Trade Ideas charts, and I monitored it for about 2 weeks to see if there was a huge difference. And what I found after 2 weeks is that it made zero, and I'm an intraday trader, made zero difference to my trading style whatsoever. Wow, AMC, look at AMC. Doggone it, I didn't get it on that son of a... So, because typically this is what I do. I mean, okay, I get the alert, right? I get the alert, WKHS. I get an alert, or I click on it. I take a look at the chart, and because usually everything I'm trading is at the high of the day or the low of the day. I'm quickly looking at these charts, but it's loaded into my brokerage platform. If I want to trade it, I'm trading from my brokerage platform, of course, and I don't really care what's happening here anymore. Okay, if that makes sense. And by the time, I've sized it up, whether I want to trade it or not, it's refreshed. So it's not like I have to stare at this, once I see the alert. So 8 seconds to me, I couldn't believe it. I really honestly couldn't believe it. I mean, I was, I'm not using the Trade Ideas charts because I work for Trade Ideas. If I didn't think they worked for me in my style of trading, I wouldn't be using them. So now, if a stock is moving, $1 in a nanosecond, okay. But even then, I get the alert because something extraordinary is happening. I can see what's happening on that monthly and weekly chart, and now I'm really concentrating on the time and sales, and what's happening, what's the spread like, can I take that trade now? No, I only use IB. I only use IB. I don't use. I'm not ever going to flip back and forth. I know I could try, but I'm not going to. Too much distraction, JB. I could have my account. I could have the simulation count. It's just way too many distractions for me. So I mean, I don't find that placing the trades within IB is a big deal at all. I don't care about auto trading. I don't care about setting up one-click trading. Exactly. Simulation trades here. If I cared about auto trading, then I'd have to maybe do something, but I just don't care. I don't care about one-click trading. The reason I don't is because, I always want to see what's happening on these higher time frames before I commit to a trade. And so by that time, I don't get hung up if I miss a trade by, a couple of pennies. I mean, and please don't use AMC as an example because, even if I were trying to auto trade this or something, I mean, that just shot right through my alert. No way I would have, no way. And the same with the BlackBerry. It just shot right through. Depends on what you mean by a scalp. Yes. I mean, and listen, I'm certainly not saying that if it doesn't work for you, then you can always use your broker's charts, of course. So this is what real is saying. There's the VWAP 1679. Okay, for BlackBerry. Okay, so that's what he's saying. So easy to do. Just put an alert here. 1679. Let's just put an alert up in that area. I'll put an alert around 1680 and see if it breaks the V. I'll put it 1682. Let's see if it breaks the VWAP and then, as Real says, holds it. All right, Trader 1, can you hear me? I know you've tried to get my attention a couple of times. I've been posting. I don't know what you want, so there's another one. Just I don't even know this one. MSON. I don't think I've seen this one before. Mizonix. Don't think I've ever seen this one before. Not very much volume. That's why. So that did pop into the momentum up shared. Now you might say, well, why wouldn't I increase the volume? And I mean, you'd be right. The reason I don't is because I want to catch early movers. So I mean, if I put like 1 million shares minimum volume, I'll miss all those ones that happen right at the beginning of the day that are ramping up, to higher volume. So, you just take the good with the bad. So I look at this 60,000, I go, okay, forget about it. I mean, it could still move, but. All right, so again, Trader 1, can you hear me? You say you want scanner customized setting. Can you hear me? If you give me an idea about what you're looking for, I may be able to help you. If not, I'll send you somewhere else to one of the other traders who may have something. So what are you looking for? So can you hear me? Simple question. Can you hear? I'm not talking everybody else. XERS looks like it still has something left in it. XERS. And we just got a halt and on the PVBC. As you just mentioned it, look at that. Wow. PVBC, big. This was a pretty active one. And oh gosh, you see the news on it? You guys don't waste your time. I shouldn't say this. I mean, Benzinga's a fine organization, but you know what? Just like the Dreamer and I have been saying, here's your news. I mean, there's your news. I mean, it popped in 1311. I mean, that's pretty. That's right bang on. There, no, this is the news. Offers financing for Ethereum-based line of credit through partnership, etc., etc. And that's from Interactive Brokers. So if you have an Interactive Brokers account, I don't know, come on. I don't know if you get the same sort of news from the free service. But that could be worth it just to have the... Yeah, we'll see what happens when it comes out of the halt. All right, guys. Remember RVP? Look at RVP now. Man, look at the volume that just came into RVP. This had a huge day 2 days ago. Got all the way up to 12. Again, though, look at that 200-day moving average looming above it. But we've had so much action. All right, let me just see. This better not be a layout. Shoot, I knew it was a layout. All right, now, so BlackBerry has rejected that VWAP so far. Let's see if it takes it out again. As Real was saying, it's not a matter just because it broke through the VWAP to begin with that you just hop into the trade. So I'm going to reset my price alert. Oh my gosh. Give me a moment here, guys. I was afraid that this person I'm talking to, it was going to be a layout. Okay, give me a moment. I knew I'd... Just give me a moment here, guys. I'm going to have to load something from the cloud. Just give me a moment. All right. Right there at the 15. Yep. There's the pullback I think that Real is talking about, or even there's a red bar ignored. Well, a lot of the shorts that are happening in this room are from topping patterns, okay? But, the gap down and go, the gap down and go can give you a good short. These are stocks that have gapped down and keep going down. The gap up and reverse, I don't know if I have any here. A gap up and reverse, look at BlackBerry earlier, the gap up and reverse, that can give you a good short. I've got another one called Momentum Down, that I share from my scans. But a lot of people in this room, especially people like Real and Zach, William, they short the tops. They look at a stock that has gone somewhat parabolic, and the momentum up can show you. This is in theory looking for stocks that are going to keep going higher, but not necessarily. Look at that. Look at shorting that top as an example. Good point, Dreamer. I asked several times. Jeez. It was a layout with about 12 scans in it. Which is okay. As you know, I've got most things pinned, but I didn't have one pin, so I lost it. That's... All right, guys. Absolutely watching the BlackBerry as the AMC continues to move higher here. It's in my multi-strategy. So if you click on my homepage tab right there, click on the homepage tab, click on the link right there, you'll be brought to this page. You'll be brought to this page. And here are the scans that I'm sharing. Click here, and this is the one. This is the multi-strategy window that has 4 alert windows in it. And one of them being, the gap down and go and the gap up and reverse. Okay? It is called gap continuation or reverse. And you can see there are 4 strategies: gap up and go. That meant the stock gapped up. And at the time of the alert, it was going higher. Doesn't mean, of course, that a stock that gap up and go, that it's going to continue higher all day long. And then the gap down and reverse, a gap down. These should have worked decently today, now that the market has kind of rebounded. And the gap up and reverse. So gap down and reverse. So gap down, reversed. Gap up and reverse, gapped up and reversed. And then the gap down and go, which I really, really like. The gap down and go, gap down, it kept going down. Again, when I see keep going down, I don't mean all day long. But that's what that is what it's looking for. Okay, so Trader 1, what you sent to me was a layout, and that layout had about, I think, 15 scans in it. So I have no idea what you really want to do. Okay, I mean, it had about, I don't know where you got it from. It doesn't really matter where you got it from. Are you new? If you're new to trade ideas, before I would do anything else though, is I would take a look at the 20 lessons, okay? To understand the concept of alert windows and top list windows and all of that, okay, and layouts. Okay, I would take a look at that because, you want customized settings, but you had about 15 scans in that layout that you downloaded, which is too many. You'll never be able to keep track of everything all day long. Now, I don't know about, I don't want to make a recommendation. I mean, I use Interactive Brokers, okay? Does it have shorts all the time? Of course not. But it has never upset me with the number of shorts that it has. How's that? In theory, there's no limit, Jeff, but I mean, you want to keep it reasonable because, having so many scans in a layout is not going to get you anywhere. You'll just, in fact, I'm right at the brink right now myself, when I added the momentum up. Because what happens is you start getting alerts left and right and you click, 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 click and get nothing done. Well, there's no one. I mean, the momentum up. I mean, this is going to show you stocks that are having big volume pops. Okay, so if you look at this at the beginning of the day, look at the RVP. Now it came right back down, but look at the volume pop for RVP. Boom. So I mean, that's a supernova, but it was a flame out. I mean, it just flamed out and then it pulled right back. Now it could continue. It's resting right here at 10. So the momentum up. I don't know, you could try that one. Because it's looking for stocks that are having big volume surges. Now, if you're asking, which one is going to go supernova before a volume surge, well, we don't have that. That's the whole crystal ball that we just don't have. The other meme stock that is really running is Mavis. Yeah, I'm seeing still a little bit of lag. Dan had a heck of a day after GM boosts vehicle deliveries. Boy, keep an eye on that blackberry. That blackberry is getting inching and inching and inching its way up to that VWAP. That, well, there it went. Just as I mentioned it, so it's attacking that VWAP again. Lots of action right at the VWAP, 1678. Lots of action right there. Oh, I'm sorry, but you're on your own if you're going to trade these meme stocks, okay? I mean, what Real would say is, maybe the bottom of a 15-minute candle or a 5-minute candle, okay? Which is, you're giving up a lot, but, I can't make any recommendation on trading these in the first place, sorry. They're just too whippy. I'm just waiting to see how well it holds this VWAP. The new Holly strategy, I'm not sure when it, I mean, I'm up, you're on the West Coast. Well, I'm up at 4 in the morning. I'm on the West Coast also, and they're there at 4 in the morning. So I don't know what time you get up. Well, I know where I'm putting my stop now is at the VWAP. It's gone. It's gone. See, I'm way more conservative, or I guess conservative than Real is. I'm going to take some. I'm taking some pro. I'm sorry, guys. I know I'm stuttering here, but I don't know what it's going to do. But because my stop is at the VWAP, 1678. So I had a pretty tight stop. That meant more shares. So I've taken some off already. Now we'll see what happens. You know what? Dreamer, you use Brokers Plus, right? You can answer that question because I don't. I think it is, but you can answer that question, right? The question is Brokers Plus transaction speed the same as trading straight through? I mean, it should be. You're directly connected. No, I'm not saying it. That's just me, okay? I'm not saying it's going to. It may be support. There you go. So the dreamer says it is, Bert. Okay. Look at AMC. My goodness. I mean, you would think this had to be the end of AMC based on what they said, not what other people are saying, not what the Wall Street guys are saying. I mean, if you want to be a conspiracy theorist, you almost think that they just put out a horrible PR just to get the stock to drop. So the WSB guys could pick up some at cheaper. Um, Everybody asked. I mean, what a bounce, guys! I mean, this was $37. It was a $20 bounce for AMC. I swear they did that on purpose. You know? I took the BB because it might give me a better percentage move. Well, it should give me just because of the. So if it moves kind of the same way as AMC is moving, could give me at least the same. So Trader One, you've heard me, right? I don't know if you can still hear me. Do you understand what I'm trying to say to you? Yeah, you're right, Bernd. Yeah, you can throw technical analysis out the window just about. With these meme stocks anyway. Meanwhile, FireEye is now breaking down through 19. Ugh, SLS, I forgot all about it. Well, analyze it. Okay, so, oh boy, that was a quick one because I know what the alert, I know what you're talking about. The alert was from the AI at 1090. The only issue with it is it's a tough spread. I mean, right now it looks, I don't know what it was when we had the alert. It's a 7 cent spread right now. But I mean, it did pop up. I mean, it's got the room, but I think it has to reclaim this area before to get it really running again. It may not. It's a low float, so you have to be aware of that. Need some volume though. Need some volume again. Always volume, guys. Volume, volume, volume. I know I talk. Maybe now you guys say death on it, but look at the volume. Right now it's waning. So for me to get into this one, it would have to probably take out 1126, and on volume though to see if it can get up to this area. Okay, that's it for me and BB for a while anyway. Let's see what happens. Well, again, you remember I had not an issue. I mean, but because I had a very tight stop on that, you know, I'm not going to mess around. I know it didn't quite hit the VWAP, but I can't mess around. So I could always get back in. There's nothing stopping me from getting back in. But it got very close, you know. There it is, 1679. So, I mean, this is all about risk reward, isn't it? I mean, if I put a very tight stop on something this volatile, I have to be very aware. It worked, you know, it definitely worked. Real stop is way down here. So, you know, he can, but in theory, that means he did not take as many shares as I did. Yeah, I mean, I'm risking a certain amount. He's risking maybe, it doesn't really matter. I'm very happy with what I did. Now I can always take a look at this trade later on. Especially depends how it closes. You know, this is one of those that closing well, meaning, you know, kind of near that. I would have to get up to $3 more, but closes well, and then we see the after hours action. Well, I didn't get in at 78. I got in a little later in the 90s, so that was my stop. I didn't get in right at the VWAP. Okay, so trader, if you can hear me, can you hear? Okay, good. So this is what I would do. Okay, I'm going to give you my homepage link. If you just started with Trade Ideas, I'm going to give you my homepage link. Okay, so if you click on that link, this is what you're going to see. So this is a big education link right here. So if you click here, I already mentioned the 20 lessons in 20 days. Okay, well, it's not going to take you 20 days, but this is what I'm talking about. Take the lessons. It goes, you know, literally starting off with downloading it and tracking your favorite stocks. What is a top list? Building one, alert windows, okay, all the way down to Brokerage Plus, etc. Okay, these are all the basic features of trade ideas explained. That's number one. Number two, once you've done that, and it's all text, okay? Once you've done that, you can attend the daily webinars. You know, they're Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. But here are some more educational videos. Starting trade ideas from scratch. Okay? If you have their premium service, something about the AI. Okay? So I think there's some good educational videos right here. And then if you're new to trading, if you're completely and utterly new to trading, great little series. Okay, they're short videos starting off with what is a stock. So what I would do is you can save my link. You know, you don't have to do this all while the room is open. You can save my link, and then you can take a look at a lot of this whenever you want to. That's what I would do. Okay? I use mental stops because the reason being is that I'm not in so many trades at the same time. Okay, if I were in, you know, as explained a few times, I mean, if I'm in, first of all, I'm usually not in more than 2 trades at the same time. So I can keep a track of this one. Okay, I can keep easy track of it. I see what's happening. I don't need to use a hard stop. I can use a mental stop or an auto stop. I don't use an auto stop because I'm watching it, seeing how it's trading. I get a feel for how it's trading. Well, when you say I didn't say anything about scanner settings, I mean it's too general a question, Trader One. What do you mean by that? I mean scanner settings are, we have a lot of alerts and filters. We have a lot of. That's why I'm saying take a look at the 20 lessons. Okay, so when you say you can't use it, what do you mean by that? I don't know. You see, I'm sorry, I just don't know what you mean by that when you say you can't use it. If you can't use it because you're brand new to trade ideas, is it because you don't have? Do you have a green ball? If you can see my screen, okay. Do you have a green ball that shows that you are connected? I really think you have to take a look at the 20 lessons first, okay? If you're new to trade ideas. Otherwise, you'll just get too frustrated. I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on. Boy, there's a lot of action on BlackBerry right now. There's another one that's just been ripping higher here. This Axel AXL. So again, Trader One, I'm trying to figure out if you have a scanner but you can't use it. Does that mean that you're not connected? That nothing is happening because you have, if you can see my screen, can you see there's a green ball right there? That means you're connected. If it's red or orange or something, if it's not green, that means you've got a connection issue. If that's the case, then I can send you. Then I think I can help you. But I have to know what's happening. Okay, a red ball. Okay. This is what's probably happened. You have not completed your exchange agreements. Okay, you may think you have. Maybe you didn't realize you had to. So this is what you should do. Okay, I'm going to send you to our home page. I think we finally got to the bottom of this. Okay, I'm going to send you to our home page. You say you took out a subscription? You did take out a subscription, right? Okay. Go to our home page, and when you click on that link, this is what you're going to see. You're going to see questions and answers. Just tell them, hey, I took out a subscription yesterday. Make sure you give them the email that you used to sign up. And they're probably going to say, and you say, I've got a red ball. Probably say, well, you haven't completed the exchange agreements. They'll look at your account and they'll see whether or not you did. Okay? So do that, and once you complete that, then you'll have a green ball, and then at least you can start to take a look at what trade it is all about. All right? But there are exchange agreements. In other words, NASDAQ, New York Stock Exchange, you have to fill out some exchange agreements. One of the things is, are you a professional trader? Things like that. But just you can go to the homepage though, and they'll look at your account. I'm almost 100% sure that's the reason. So if you're talking about the 8 EMA crossing the 20 SMA, no. I mean, we do have EMA crosses, or sorry, SMA crosses, but people don't like them because they need some volume confirmation. But these are the SMA crosses that we have. Okay, if you right click an alert window, configure, search, and type in SMA, you will see there. These are the crosses that we have on the various time frames. All right. And breaking through resistance, your definition of resistance might be different from mine. That's why we really don't have, anything that's going to say, well, this is breaking through resistance. I mean, what is resistance? Is it the next high looking left? So it's kind of hard to just have one overall thing that says, yeah, breaking through resistance. Yeah, do what the dreamer is saying. Okay. Whew. Well, AMC is leaving BB behind so far. What a run. What a run in AMC. Unbelievable. $37 at the low when their own PR came out basically saying, you're running a risk of losing all your money if you invest in our stock. I mean, that's literally what they said. So $37, 62. Well, I can't speak overall, but I mean I do have an unusually strong options scanner. I mean whether they're still moving or not, I can't say that. But here's FUV had a tremendous run. It's pulling back. Are you a subscriber here, Greg? No, not at all. I mean this usually only has maybe 4 or 5 alerts in it all day long, and this is probably the most I've had in any single day. Okay. So if you were a subscriber, well, this is something I've put together that shows abnormally strong option volume. Okay, and again, it was alive today. You can look at 10 right now. 10, look at the option volume, 11,000 contracts. That 544, that represents 5.4 times normal, as an example. Boy, this is a stunning move that I'm not in with AMC because it blew through my alert at 50 like nothing. And I just didn't feel like chasing it, but man oh man. And GME is moving too. I mean, GME is moving, but I think it pales in comparison to AMC. I mean, that's. Well, BlackBerry again, guys. Maybe BlackBerry again. Maybe trying to catch up. Well, Kev, I only mentioned that AMC news because they put it out themselves. Okay, I mean that's the only reason I mentioned the news for AMC. I mean, rarely do you see a company come out and say, you know what, you really shouldn't buy our company because shares in our company because they're too volatile and it could go to zero. Rarely do you see a company saying that. Okay. Okay, guys, this marketing meeting is going to start in about 5 minutes, so I'm just going to put myself. I'll be back in about 1 minute. All right, guys, I'm back now. I better put my announcement in. Time is it? 1:57. So I'm going to put myself on mute right now. And oh, okay, let's get rid of that one. All right, so I'm going to put myself on mute, guys, and I'll be here to answer text-wise anyway. All right, guys, I'm back heading into the home stretch. And so, as I was leaving, I put a little note in for both William and, well, anybody who wanted to short this one. Anybody take the short? I did take the short. Just a quick scalp for the XERS. Got in at around 390, hit down to 374, covered right around here. Actually, 370, actually covered. Wow, it was a good cover. 375, I covered at 375. Isn't that the, maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, but yeah, don't they have another symbol? I thought this was the old or MN, MD or something. Didn't it become this? I'm talking about the MNMD. I thought it changed to that. Yeah, you're looking old, aren't you? I mean, this is, I don't mean you are looking old, but this is not. This stopped trading as MMEDF back here. It became MNMD. Yeah, they got a NASDAQ listing. I thought I saw ADM. Yeah, I thought I saw ADMP. That's on the momentum scan. Yeah, it's $1. I just can't get too enthused about it. Sorry. I know it's at 45%. I get it. Will it hold through the 200-day moving average? On report that the National Institutes for Health says the company's drug Tempo could be promising oral antiviral treatment for COVID. All right. Yeah, I read it. I just read it. You too, the dreamer, and thanks again for all your help. How about tomorrow morning at 4 in the morning, my time? What time zone are you in? Oh, okay. You got it easy. Imagine if I could be also super alert doing this. I try. ABCM, ABCM. What the heck are you doing? ABCM. This is I guess an IPO from back here. So it is ramping up. ABCM. Well, what? Okay, so it's sort of a bio out of UK, I guess. Okay, well then you know what I'm talking about. All right, guys. So we're starting to wind down here. I don't have my scans were going crazy all day long. I'm not hearing any new alerts right now. Yeah, well, it may be, but not yet. It may be because I mean, there was a lot of excitement when it did go when it flipped over to Nasdaq, but not yet anyway. Not trying to dump on your trade, of course, but I'm just saying it hasn't gained any traction since. I'm not really looking for any. Well, looking for. I mean, I'm just interested in seeing the ones that are near the top of the day's range. Okay, so I don't look at this all day long. But if it's kind of slow, then I'll take a look. Okay, here's an earnings play. Let's take a look. What's it doing? Kind of basing a little bit. Maybe put a price alert. Above here. See if it takes that out. Things like that. Remember, it's a top list window. So I'm not really, and then on the flip side is just looking at the ones that are down the most for the day. And again, it's just a matter of every now and then I'll glance at it. It's not something that I'm paying attention to all day long. And one moment, please. Guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm now back. Yeah, I don't pay any attention to any of those guys, Grumpy. That's a pretty general question, Bert. I'm sure there's all sorts of different answers for how long people have been using trade ideas. Me personally, since 2010. Well, guys, let's see. Not too much happening right now. Again, I'm just getting close to winding the room down. Yeah, so we have an idiot, guys. Just a minute. Yeah, you too, Thomas. Not today, William. And not you either, Grumpy. I think I deleted it quickly enough. Wow, talk about topsy-turvy with AMC again. Another $10 drop, $20 pop, $10 drop. Man, oh man. You too, Green Trades. A little disappointed in the BlackBerry. I thought maybe, but it was dropping before AMC started dropping, so a little disappointed that it didn't keep moving, but it's always tomorrow. William, did you take the XER short like I posted? Did you take that short? I'm not in it. I'm not in it anymore. But did you take the short by any chance? And there it goes. There goes the XERC. Okay, well, I'm glad somebody in the family took it. And here's your clues, guys. We talk about these topping tails all the time. There was your clue right here for XERS as a potential short. Look at the 15-minute. You see this a lot. Not a lot, but I mean, when you see it, you really should start paying attention to it. So look what happened. There's a topping tail right there. Got up to $4, 404. Sellers close it down to $3.93. Buyers tried again to get it up to $4.08. Sellers close it way down here. Now I took the short right here at $3.90. Okay, I just thought so it looked like it running out of steam. And then I was actually looking at this level as maybe having a struggle to get through. So I was out of it right around here. Understanding I was also in this marketing meeting, so I was kind of juggling a couple of things at the same time. But I mean, it looks now at this point, I mean, You know, maybe down to 340. I mean, in terms of the support, anyway. Yeah, I'm just going to. Tesla spins lower on report of large drop in China sales. Whoops. Helps to put the whole. I know that's probably earlier today, but what a level for Tesla to try to hold here on that weekly chart. All right, guys, I'm definitely not getting any new alerts. Yeah, right here. That's what I was saying. Big level for it to try to hold right here. So you're talking, but you're talking a year. Yeah. So well, where's the monthly chart? And again, you're talking a trend line. I don't draw trend lines actually. All right, Gordon. Good luck. Why not? Have a nice little $5 pop for AMC. Yeah, and you know the fact that I mean, somebody says they can't trade without trend lines, and the fact that somebody that I don't use them, that's not, of course, I never, ever, ever will say because I don't do something, therefore you shouldn't. You know, I've just never really found a way to, for me anyway, to effectively use trend lines. Plus, I just found it cluttered up the charts and everything. So, but yeah, absolutely. If you somebody finds trend lines working for them, fantastic. Keep doing it. Yeah, movers are slowing down, guys. I mean, we're so spoiled. I mean, all day long. What I mean, the last this week has been just awesome. There's no channel that monitors IPOs, but you can create Basically, it's just a matter of creating a symbol that Max, just creating a symbol list with the IPOs in them, and then you can attach that symbol list to an alert window or a top list window. But the first thing is, do you know how to create a symbol list? Well, I'm lobbying to get that symbol list changed to watch list. Okay, but do you know how to create a watch list? Number one, because let me show you what you can do. Max, can you hear me? Okay, you can hear me. Okay, so first thing to do, first of all, have you ever created a symbol list in Trade Ideas? Oh, okay, so you know how to do that. Okay, so this is a little more manual, all right? But so no, we do not have a channel specifically, but I don't think it's as hard to do it this way. Let me just, so I don't know what you use to monitor IPOs. Do you monitor IPOs? Do you have something like this? You know, this is what I use, the IPOscoop.com. Do you have anything? Okay, so let me give you that link, number one, okay? So I mean, this is what you can do. I mean, again, it's not fully automated, but you can see right here, for instance, these are the last 100 IPOs, and you can see the date. Okay, so you can start to add these symbols in as far down as you want. You might say, well, I want to cut off at a certain date. The other thing, though, is the IPO calendar. You click on the IPO calendar, and then you can see the upcoming ones. Okay, so this obviously released today, DLO, I guess. Next week we've got ZME, you know, these ones. So what you can do if you've created a symbol list in the past, then all you have to do is just start adding these symbols into, like, creating a new symbol list, call it IPOs, put the symbols in, and then attach. You've done it before, you say. Then attach the symbol list to a top list window or an alert window, however you want to monitor them. So then it's just a matter of going through them every now and then, you know, maybe deleting ones that you don't want anymore. You know, going back to the, you know, I mean, at some point, do you care about a symbol, an IPO back here? When was that? On the April 23rd. I mean, if you do, you do. I mean, if you want to, you can. But you know, so you know what I'm saying. So requires a little bit of work, not that much. That's not exactly true. I mean, some of them do. Okay. Some do. DLO did. You know, it's just a quirk. Okay, it's a quirk that this one, you know, and I would say maybe 90% of them do show up in as a resume, but you know, you can't rely on it 100%. Now the other thing to do, here's the trick. If you want to, for instance, let's go to the IPO calendar. Okay, so ZME is when on next Tuesday. Okay, so there are no more IPOs this week. So let's just take a look at ZME. So I'm gonna type ZME in here into my chart. Obviously, nothing trading, right? But what you do is you can create a price alert. So right click, create a price alert. You know, put $1. Okay, save it. Now, when ZME starts trading next week, if you have your price alerts window open, you don't have to. One of the things about the price alerts, how I use it anyways, I don't have to. Here we are. I don't have to have this up and running. Well, it has to be up and running, but I can minimize it. So you see right down here, ZME is right down here. When this starts to trade, so I minimize it. When it starts to trade, I also put an audible alert on my price alerts window. So when it starts to trade, this window will pop up on your screen. You know, and if you sort it like I do, I always sort on the triggered column. So I see the last one to trigger will always be at the top. And why I put a price, an audible alert in case I've wandered away from my computer and I've got a headset on, wireless headset on. So if I hear my price alerts, audible alert, then I know what that is. I can come racing back to see what's happening. Okay, so that's just a little trick. And then when you minimize it, it'll pop up on your screen. You guys are funny when you say I'm the man. I don't know how many of you are golf. You remember when Greg Norman used to tick him off so much. All right, guys, so I'm just going to put this Siri, you're funny. Okay, guys, listen. I'm going to be shutting down at about 3 o'clock. Just one last, mention of my homepage tab and all that. I want to put the link in. I say it every day, but if you save my link, then a lot of the information that is in my homepage you can look at whenever you want. Okay, all right, guys. All right, so again, you click on that link and this is what you'll see. So obviously, you want to take out a subscription. Great, great, great. Right here. Here's your promo code, etc. Trade of the week and the stock of the day videos. Great. But, these two sections here, there's a lot of information. Here's my layout that you can have. All the individual scans that I've created that you can have. And here, education section. The 20 lessons, the daily support sessions, daily webinars that you can sign up for, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern. More educational videos. If you're brand new to trading, back to basics. So I'm just running through these really quickly because you save my link and then you can look at all this whenever you want. Okay, so just save my link. You guys can't control yourselves. Yeah, listen, FA, it's possible. It is absolutely possible. That's what I use. Is it infallible? Somebody is saying, FA is saying that IPO Scoop has a different expected trade date than Benzinga. Anything is possible. Neither are infallible. I'm not saying IPO Scoop is correct and Benzinga is wrong. It could be the other way. Yeah, in aggressive mode, you're right, Asiri. In aggressive mode, absolutely. Even in moderate mode, it's not bad. And even conservative mode. Today, the AI had a good trade, a good day, even though it got stopped out a few times early. But, these things all came back. So, yeah, the AI had a nice day today. All right, you guys I know you were talking about this ADMP earlier. Well, there it is. There it is, guys. I know some of you want to play these really cheap ones, and no question. Look at the volume. That's a huge volume. The only other day it had volume like this was back on early May, the same sort of volume. And look at the daily candle And then this daily candle. So I mean, listen, if it holds over a dollar, this becomes maybe interesting for me too. I mean, it's up 62%. I get it, but can it hold, and can it hold over a dollar? Stocks that can hold over a dollar will attract a lot of other traders, not just myself, you know. But there are a lot of traders just won't trade anything under a dollar, and I'm kind of one of them. Be interesting to see what this does after hours. The Tesla weekly candle has gone red. Let's take a look at Tesla. There's the weekly. Yeah, right there. Yeah, Mr. Magnify. AMC, I mean, I expect this is not going to stay at $60. We all know that, okay? Now, whether it's down or up, but there's no way this is going to be resting here. So, you know, here's the reverse, guys. You know, we talk about the topping tails presenting potential short opportunities. Look at the bottoming tails now on AMC. You know, at one point, the sellers had it down to $54. They closed it here at 58. They tried again. They got it down to 56. The buyers right now have got it back up to 60. So, you know, you get these bottoming tails, and sort of the reverse can happen. Eventually, the sellers, the short, not just shorts, but I mean, you know, anybody wanting to sell might give up and cede control to the buyers for a while. Just the reverse of the XCRC or XCRS. Okay, where, you know, the buyers were really trying to bump it up. Sellers finally took control for a while. I mean, they, you know, they're not going to be in control forever. I actually thought this 370 would really be a blockage. You know, look at that 15. Look at these 15-minute candles. So this, for me, was never something that was going to. I didn't think it was going to, you know, back down to 3 or anything. It was just more of a quick scalp for me. All right, everybody. I think that is it. Let me see if my script is up to date. Wow, it's Thursday, isn't it? Yeah, the short week. Give me a moment, please. All right, guys, that's it. We'll see you tomorrow. I shall open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So have a great evening, everybody. And again, we'll see you tomorrow. Why does it do that? Just a minute. There we go.